Well, happy holidays to everybody. Hope everyone had a good Thanksgiving. And I did want to say Commissioner McAllister is in Spain for the Climate Summit. And so he will not be joining today. But I do have a statement to read from him later in the agenda. But before we get into the consent calendar and the rest of the agenda, this is the last meeting of 2019 of the Commission. It's been my first year as chair. It has been without question the busiest year of my life, the busiest year of my career, working my tail off along with all my colleagues. And we wanted to actually have an opportunity for all the commissioners to give thanks to our staff and teams. And why don't we just do that first? Commissioner Monahan, if you had staff you wanted to recognize, go ahead.
Well, good morning, everybody. I think as maybe some of you know, I am the newest commissioner. I've been here just about 7 months, and I came from a nonprofit philanthropic environment, and so when I arrived here, I had so much to learn, and there are so many people who have helped me along the way, and I'm not going to be able to thank everybody, but I do want to call out a few folks. So I just want to say it took me a while when I first arrived to get my sea legs. I really, like I said, I didn't know what I was doing. And there were several colleagues who really helped steer the ship while I figured out what the job was. And I first want to thank Catherine Cross. She reached out to me before I even started working to welcome me to the commission. She made sure I had my computer and my office, and she's just every day she arrives with a smile on her face and a warm, positive attitude. It brightens my day. It brightens the day of all of those around her. So I just want to thank her for being a steady, guiding presence as I joined the commission. I also want to thank Elizabeth Georgi, who she was plucked from her regular job to be my advisor. She had never been an advisor. I had never been a commissioner. We kind of looked at each other and went, what are we doing? So we really learned the ropes together. And she was willing to do whatever I asked and more, because I often didn't really know what I needed. So I'm just very grateful to Elizabeth. She modeled pluck and determination, and I was really grateful to have her with me those first few months. So I want to thank my advisors, Ben De Alba and Jana Romero. They've both shown tremendous grace under pressure, and perhaps, most importantly, they're willing to roll up their sleeves, do the work, and collaborate deeply with others across the commission and other agencies. So it's been a joy to foster this new team together, and I really look forward to learning from them and working with them and strengthening our team as we go forward. So I want to welcome to our team our new executive fellow, Pilar Manriquez. Pilar, are you here somewhere? Oh, she's not here. That's too bad. Well, hopefully she will be later. She's a recent UC Berkeley graduate. She studied Chicano Studies with an emphasis on public policy. And she's going to be working with us on the intersection of equity and transportation. So it's really great to have her on our team. So before I recognize other staff, I just want to say that the progress we're seeing on clean transportation is nothing short of amazing, and yet it is still our #1 source of global warming pollution, and emissions are still going the wrong direction. So it's a place, I think, of increasing focus here at the Commission as we work across the entire state, especially with our partner at the Air Resources Board, to make sure we can bend the curve on transportation pollution and move it in the right direction. And the team here and the team at the Air Resources Board and other agencies, we're all in this together. And we have there are a lot of bright spots. Despite the fact that the emissions are going the wrong direction, we're seeing a lot of really positive trends, and we're seeing them reflected here in the state of California. We're the #1 market for electric vehicles, but we're seeing progress, battery electric vehicles and fuel cell electric vehicles for that matter. And we're helping lead not just the other states, but the world on how do we get to a clean transportation future. And we're seeing some progress in terms of what industry is doing. I mean, we have 17 electric vehicle manufacturers in the state, as Chair Hochschild likes to emphasize, and I do too. But we're also seeing companies step up and invest. So Amazon has set in an order for 10,000 battery electric trucks by this company called Rivian. Anheuser-Busch has ordered 800 Nikola fuel cell Class 8 trucks, which is the biggest order in the entire world. And we're seeing UPS ordering 6,000 natural gas trucks, which in California are probably going to be fueled by renewable natural gas, which we're helping to support. So I just think this ecosystem is changing. Our teams need to be ready for it. And I feel like here at the CEC, we do have the teams that are in R&D, in the Fuels and Transportation Division, just across the organization generally, that are going to be leaders in helping make sure we can get to a clean transportation future. So on that front, which I hope I leave you with more optimism than pessimism on the clean transportation front, let me turn to thanking some of the folks in the Fuels and Transportation Division who have really helped me navigate this new job and are navigating all the challenges and opportunities in the transportation sector really adeptly. So let me start with Kevin Barker. He stepped up to lead FTD just as I arrived at the commission. He brings a wealth of experience across the commission, and he has shown enthusiasm, creativity, a can-do spirit in everything he does. He's loyal to his staff, he's loyal to the commission, and he's just been a great advisor to me as well. So to get to the finish line on the Clean Transportation Program Investment Plan, it took a village of folks from the Executive Office, the Chair's Office, the Fuels and Transportation Division. It's really been quite a journey for all of us. I think from the Executive Office, both Courtney and Drew spent a lot of time and energy shepherding and providing key advice along the way. Lindsay Buckley, who was in the Chair's Office at the time, was really instrumental in helping us engage with the Disadvantaged Communities Advisory Group. And Patrick Brecht was the staff point for the plan. He was amazing. He was a champ. He kept the trains running on time. He adjusted to all the changes that we were asking of him with grace, and he was a pleasure to work with. John Butler, Charles Smith, and Kevin all kept the trains running on time. They were just really adept leaders for this whole process. And I want to particularly acknowledge Charles, who put in overtime to write the plan. He was working the weekends. He has a young child, and yet he still put his muscle and energies into making sure that we had a really well written product at the end of the line. So Charles was also the point on a joint ARB-CEC project on transportation electrification, and he demonstrated collaboration, visionary, and thorough analysis. His team included Micah, Kyle, Massey, and Noel, and they all stepped up along the way to support the analysis. I'd like to thank Tim Olson, who is continuing to spearhead analysis into kind of out-of-the-box strategies to support the broader commercialization of biofuels, electric vehicles, and natural gas vehicles. I want to thank Elizabeth John, who provided steady and thoughtful leadership on advanced fuels, advanced vehicle technologies, and the school bus team. She's an excellent writer, and she models calm, competent, and a kind style of leadership. And I really look forward to working with her more and actually learning from her style of leadership. I want to thank Joji Castillo and the team in the Advanced Fuel Production Unit for their work to advance clean and zero carbon biofuels. Lorraine Gonzalez and the full school bus team, which are really doing a great job to make sure kids get to ride on zero-emission buses. I think it's really a flagship program for us here at the Commission. And I want to recognize the Freight and Transit Unit, who've had to go leadership challenges when Ben made the transition to my office. And I welcome Michelle Vader to her new role on that team. Jennifer Allen, Brian, and the rest of the EV Infrastructure Unit have really done a great job in rolling out the Cal EVIP program and making sure that we're doing a good job in filling the gap on charging infrastructure. This program is going to be instrumental to making sure that all of California's electric vehicles, we now have over 650,000 battery electric vehicles, have a place to charge. Jean Baronis and her team in the Hydrogen Refueling Unit have shepherded both significant progress in rolling out hydrogen stations, and also they've managed a stressful situation when we've had some supply disruptions in our hydrogen supply. We currently have 42 hydrogen refueling stations with enough capacity to power 16,000 light-duty fuel cell electric vehicles. We currently have close to 7,000, so we actually have more capacity, but because of some supply disruptions and the need to make sure that we have a robust infrastructure across the state, there's still work to be done. There's another 21 stations in development, and that gets us about 2/3 of the way to our AB8 goal of 100 stations. Go faster. So I have to go faster. So I'm going to send out an email to folks to thank them. Just a shout out to Siva, Lori Tenhope, the folks in the media team, Melissa and Albert, Courtney Vaccaro, Jennifer Martin Gallardo. There's just been so many folks, Courtney Smith, who have really helped me over this transition. And so I'm going to send you a private note and elaborate more. But I just want to say, tomorrow I go for my Senate Rules Committee staff hearing, and I've been prepping a lot for that. And there's been a lot of folks helping me, including the other commissioners and their teams. So just a big thank you for the warm welcome that I've received here and all the support.
Thank you, Commissioner Monahan. We will take item 5 after the consent calendar, just so folks know. Let's move on to Vice Chair Scott.
Hey, well, good morning, everyone. I think the challenge to go faster just means I'll talk even faster than my normal crazy cadence, but I will do my best to hit my remarks in a quick way. But I also am very appreciative of the opportunity that we take at the end of each year to acknowledge the accomplishments of all of the staff here at the Energy Commission. They carry out great work each and every day throughout the year. And it's really easy, I think, for us to get sucked into kind of the tyranny of the urgent and sort of the day-to-day things that are taking place. And so I really do appreciate the time to just take a moment and say thanks to everybody and reflect on the great work that we do here at the Commission. 2019, as you know, has been a big year of change. We said goodbye to our former chair, Bob Weisenmiller, and we welcomed my friend and colleague, new chair, Commissioner Hochschild. So I'm so pleased for that, and I was just thrilled to be designated by Governor Newsom as the vice chair. It truly is an honor, and it's just been great to work on leading the commission with you. We welcomed Commissioner Monahan to the commission, and it's been a pleasure getting to work with her. We've actually worked together through many iterations of different jobs, and so it's great to actually be in the same job in the same place. So this is really quite lovely. I did say goodbye to the transportation team, which I worked with over the past 6 years, and I still miss them all dearly, as they know. I try not to run and hug everybody every time I see them in the hallways, but it's a great team. I really enjoyed being able to work with them day in and day out. And I'm also thrilled to have picked up our research portfolio. It is also a great team, and there is such a breadth of work that is going on in that space. And I am impressed daily with the enthusiasm, the dedication, the commitment of that team, and that they have displayed really the whole time that I've been at the commission, but also as I get to know them better and working together to lead research for the commission. So I wanted to highlight a couple of accomplishments from the research division. So we've created some programs here that are really innovative and they're cutting edge. And the commission is thinking hard about how to be nimble and how to be flexible and how to help shepherd technologies from sort of the seed of an idea. So when it's a prototype all the way through to the pilot phase. And then oftentimes we have other programs at the commission that pick them up and push them into pre-commercial and even into deployment. So we're addressing the electric system resilience. We're looking at wildfire mitigation and emergency response with the demonstration of 16 microgrids. Our microgrids can island power during disruptions and provide electricity to main critical facilities and services, and a number of which were called on during the recent public safety power shutoffs. To also address grid resiliency and flexibility, the Commission has invested over $30 million to develop commercially viable alternative lithium-ion storage technologies, and those will help provide longer duration storage and also help address some of our supply chain concerns. The R&D staff has done a fantastic job of developing an innovative ecosystem to help clean energy entrepreneurs navigate the challenges of market entry. This year, the Commission was able to bolster that ecosystem with 2 new components: our RAMP program, which is a new program designed to help startup companies scaling up from early projects, and our Cal Testbed, which is a new initiative that provides entrepreneurs with access to state-of-the-art testing facilities in our world-class universities around the state. In our pure natural gas research program, our staff has been working diligently to support the research that improves the safety and integrity of California's natural gas system, including tools for mapping pipeline assets and preventing excavation damage, and those are currently being used for reconstruction in Paradise. In a jointly funded research project with California Air Resources Board and NASA JPL, the Energy Commission with our partners was able to identify super emitters, and that work is now informing the state strategy to control methane emissions. And I'm really pleased to report that this work was published in Nature in November of this year, so that's a good one to go look for. We've also been working to ensure that low-income and disadvantaged communities are realizing the benefits of our research. And this year we developed new scoring criteria to better evaluate direct benefits of community engagement and localized health impacts when selecting technology demonstration projects. So these are just a handful of highlights from the research division this year. There are so many more that I could have included. And I want to also thank Lori Tinhope, because much of this great work was done in large part due to her excellent leadership. Lori's experience, knowledge, and proficiency, and her ability to run the R&D division is unparalleled. And her guidance and know-how has been so valuable to me as I've stepped into the role as the new lead commissioner on R&D. So although she's not here today, I do want to send a big shout out to her. And I also want to recognize her second in command, Linda Spiegel. Linda also helps us keep all of those moving pieces in shape and on time and moving forward, and she does it with great spirit and with great style. And, you know, I want to make sure that I do get a chance to thank all of the team. So if you take a look at the authors pages on some of the reports we do, or the lists that have the CAMs, that are our agreement managers on them, please do take time. Those are the folks who make these programs work day in and day out, and they do a great job here at the Commission. I want to talk about a couple of other things, and then I'll wrap it up. I just want to note also that this year I've had the pleasure of serving as the lead commissioner for our 2019 Integrated Energy Policy Report, and our IPER team does a fantastic job. So Heather Raitt, Stephanie Bailey, Raquel Kravitz, and the whole rest of that team, I really want to thank them for their hard work on the IPER. The IPER is a huge undertaking every year, and they just do it with so much grace, and everything goes smooth and it flows really well, and that's because they are treading water really hard. They're like a duck, right? So, you know, they look very calm on the top, but their feet are treading water a lot under the water, and that's what our team does to just keep everything flowing smoothly for us and pulling together great integrated energy policy reports every year. I want to say thank you to Christy Chu, Galen LeMay, Jennifer Martin Gallardo, and our new public advisor, Naomi Gallardo, for the great work that they do in supporting our disadvantaged community advisory group. That DACAG provides valuable recommendations to the Energy Commission, and I want to thank the DACAG as well for taking time to look into the work that the Energy Commission does, that the PUC does, and give us great advice on how we can continue to make sure that low-income communities, disadvantaged communities are part of the meaningful clean energy transition. I want to say thank you to Grace Anderson, who has ably and enthusiastically helped me in my role as the chair of the Western Interconnection Regional Advisory Body, and also as a member of the Western Interstate Energy Board. She has a great team of folks, including Al Alvarado, Christopher McLean, Angela Tanghetti, Judy Grau, and Tom Flynn, and they really help us to be engaged in Western collaboration on critical energy issues and policies. And I want to thank Albert Lundeen for his leadership of our media team. He's now taken on a new role here at the Commission, but I look forward to seeing how we continue to innovate and be creative in the media and outreach space under the direction of our new Director of Communications, Lindsay Buckley. I want to thank Barry Steinhardt and Richard Rojas from our Office of Governmental Affairs, and also our Executive Office, Drew Burrohan, Courtney Smith, and your whole team. You guys do a fantastic job for us each and every day. Courtney Baccaro, who so ably led our Chief Counsel's office before she joined Commissioner Douglas's team, and then Alan Ward for ably stepping in as our Chief Counsel, acting Chief Counsel until we got Darcy Houck. Welcome. We're glad to have you here as well. And then last but certainly not least, I want to say thank you to my team. As I mentioned, it's been a year of transitions, and so I just want to acknowledge Monica Shelley, who really ably served as my executive assistant for 3 years. She did a fantastic job bringing a smile, a great attitude, anything that anyone needed help with ever, she always got it done. So she will be missed. I really appreciated having her on my team. I'm so excited for her and her new opportunity. I want to welcome Mina Holloway, who's stepped right in and helped keep my office flowing smoothly, and also my terrific advisors, both Linda Barrera and Retta de Mesa. They are incredibly reliable, and they do a great job each and every day. They're nimble, they're positive. If I need some help with something, they jump in, and we just get it done. I feel like it's a team of doers, and I'm really thrilled and delighted that I get to work with them. And then I would just like to close with the thanks to my fellow commissioners. You guys are fantastic, and I enjoy getting to work with you all each and every day as well. So just a big round of thanks to a ton of people here at the Energy Commission, and I'm glad that we have a few minutes to acknowledge that.
Thanks. Commissioner Douglas.
All right. Well, thank you, Chair Hochschild. And I just wanted to say in starting that it's a real privilege to be part of the Energy Commission in times like this. And it's not only the opportunity to work with this administration and this set of commissioners, but I'm really acutely aware that, you know, we stand on the shoulders of this tremendous body of work and expertise that our very capable and committed staff put out each and every day. And that's the value proposition of the Energy Commission, you know, the analysis and the research and the on-the-ground public engagement that enables us to do what we do. And so I just want to give, first of all, a global thanks to the staff for making all of this possible. You are the Energy Commission. You know, your work is really critical. In the areas that I've focused on, first of all, citing Transmission and Environmental Protection Division. We've done a lot this year to retool and reorganize the division for a very different kind of workload. You know, we're focused on data centers. We've developed a much more efficient and also a much more systematic approach for compliance and enforcement, and just ensuring that the commitments represented in licenses and conditions are met. There's a large team behind both of those efforts. We've got a very large caseload right now. They're all data centers. It's a different kind of project. We've completed projects with the California Public Utilities Commission under an interagency agreement for transmission permitting, provided support to the SB 100 joint agency report, done a tremendous amount of public outreach and analysis and interagency coordination around offshore wind, and helped to get that conversation onto the front burner where I think it belongs as a significant opportunity for California, one that also comes with significant challenges and one that we need to look hard at. And I think we're in a position to do that. And a lot of the hard work from folks in the STEP division helped get us there. Helping the Energy Commission implement our tribal policy, which was one of the first policies enacted by a state agency, and is also, I think, a model in its implementation, including doing a significant amount of work with tribes outside of formal consultation, where we'll hold an energy policy conference or a conference on sustaining tribal resources, and really have informal dialogue where we help convene not just the Energy Commission, but staff from other agencies to be part of those dialogues. And I think we've reached a level of capability to have partnership with tribes that has been, that's a real asset to the state of California, as well as to the Energy Commission. The analytics, mapping geospatial thinking about how that feeds into resiliency and some of our current challenges today, and lending the CEQA expertise that we have in the STEP division to other divisions in order to provide that kind of support and provide it in-house. And so Sean Pittard and his team, and I think I'm going to join Patty in an email thank you afterwards, and shorten this to some degree, because there are a lot of people who have stepped up to produce these kinds of outcomes. And I'm really pleased with what the STEP division has been able to do this year. Likewise with renewables, I'm new to renewables. The renewables division and the renewables team got to spend many, 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 many hours with me talking to me about what they do. And then it would never be enough. And we'd say, well, I guess we need more time to go talk about this because, you know, and they do a lot. It's not one of our bigger divisions, but it's a division that has a tremendous workload. We're going to see, and I think a lot of the people who are here today are here to speak on an item that comes out of the Renewables Division, the AB 1110 regulations, which the Commission will be considering on our agenda today. That represents 2.5+ years of very hard work. And the staff has done, I think, a tremendous job. And I won't speak more about that. I'll wait till we get to that item, which I think it sounds like it'll be very soon. RPS regulations, the outside world hasn't seen a lot of this yet, but imminently this week, we're going to really kick this off with an issues paper and some draft regulatory language, and we're going to get going on the RPS regulations. That's a tremendous work item. And at the same time that these rulemakings are going on, the Renewables Division put out the Renewable Energy for Agriculture program, first ever funding program aimed at agricultural producers. They did a great job on outreach. They did a great job on making awards quickly and getting the money out there. New Solar Homes Partnership, where we're really close to wrapping up that program, and the staff has just worked really diligently and hard to get that wrapped up, and will continue to. It's not done. Important updates to the equipment list, adding storage to the equipment list, doing some new cutting edge work on geothermal and lithium production, and that's not all of it. That's not necessarily even most of it, but there's just a tremendous workload coming through there right now. I want to talk about audits briefly, and sometimes we have an auditor, and sometimes we'd have audit reports, and we'd be like, okay, well, what are we going to do with this report? Well, we have a team together now, and we have moved through something of a backlog, and we're in a place where we're in a position to be very, very efficient. If something is wrong, and it could just be something simple like the wrong categories billed or something's not eligible, we're in a position to follow up very quickly and get things resolved very efficiently. And we pulled a team together around that. Lisa Negri, our auditor, John Butler, a couple of the chief deputies of key divisions, Alan Ward from legal, and of course our executive director, and Courtney as well, putting a lot of hours into that. Let's see. Because I'm the attorney commissioner, I tend to spend a little extra time and attention on the legal office. Courtney Vaccaro, my now advisor, was chief counsel for a long time, worked very hard, left things in good shape. But again, we have a lot of work, and a limited number of people. And Darcy Hauk is here now. Really appreciate her being here. Really appreciate Alan Ward for stepping up and doing the interim job while we made that transition. And I think we're in good shape in legal. And let's see here. I want to join my colleagues in thanking Jennifer Martin Gallardo and welcoming Naomi in the Public Advisor's Office. And I think I'll just end with a catch-all. I'll follow up with some emails, but I think that I really want to thank all the staff, all the divisions. When we come to a business meeting and we see the diversity of items on the agenda, and we know the amount of time and effort that goes into them, it's not unnoticed. And so a lot of appreciation, and I'll pass this on to David.
So last night I had the opportunity to go to the California Hall of Fame Awards that the governor hosts with the first partner, Jennifer Newsom. And it was incredibly inspirational. My heart is beating with California pride this week, just watching the incredible diversity of talent. Brandy Chastain, who won the gold medal in women's soccer, and Wolfgang Puck, and Maya Angelou was recognized and received an award. She's passed, of course, but her son accepted on her behalf. And just, the governor made the point that there's no other state that's associated with a dream, right? There's a California dream and the American dream, and it's true. And actually, what we're doing here, the vision we're advancing in clean energy, is part of that broader mosaic. And I know my colleagues and I all feel the same about how proud we are to be a part of this incredible state, incredible mosaic. I wanted to just begin by thanking my colleagues and perhaps you especially, Commissioner Monahan. We've all worked together now for almost 7 years, and having you join and bringing this incredible fresh energy. Our offices are right next to each other, and I hear your laugh, come through the walls, and I love it. It's just a great energy and vigor and collaborative approach you've brought. It's just been such a bright light and a delight to work with you on promoting clean transportation and really getting our vision tight on that. And Vice Chair Scott, what a pleasure over the years, and just to see all your talents at work and in this new area of focus. Really the crown jewel of the Energy Commission is our R&D program, the EPIC program, and working with you to ensure we sustain that excellence and make it as high impact as possible, and that we get the program continued. Top priority, and I couldn't be more grateful to have you in that role. And Commissioner Douglas on offshore wind. It's been a great collaboration on tribal, and Commissioner McAllister on building decarbonization as well. I have some new staff, and I want to just, as I go through their names, if you could just stand up so people know who you are, starting with Angelica Romo Ramos, my new assistant, and LaQuinn Wynn, my new chief of staff. It was kind of like when these two joined, it was kind of like the clouds parted and the light came in, angels started singing, like everything started working better. The rest of my team, stress levels went down. Just really, I think I've spoken at 9 conferences in the last 20 days, then done already 3 trips with LaQuinn. And I just can't think, just the ship is running so much tighter because of both of you. Ken Ryder, can you stand please as well? Ken has been just a stalwart, incredible technical knowledge and vision and collaboration and very deep Energy Commission IQ to get things done. So thank you. Tara Weeks, now running SB 100, was a summer fellow for me, I think 2.5-3 years ago out of Stanford, and now running SB 100 implementation with all the rest of the staff and agencies, and just a delight every day to work with. Justin Cochran, my emergency advisor and nuclear advisor. In hockey, you get credit with a pass. If you're 2 passes away, you get credit with the goal, right? So credit to Chair Weiser-Miller for bringing Justin on board. Justin recently, we've had a lot of emergencies, blackouts. He canceled his vacation, came back from the airport when it was clear that we were going to a bad situation, and has been just an incredible addition. Jennifer Martin Gallardo, where are you? There she is. Okay. Again, another credit to Courtney Vaccaro for suggesting, Jen, we formed a new role, which is an advocate and ombudsman for grant recipients to make the process friction-free, as workable and friendly a process as we're here to serve our grant recipients, the innovators and others that we fund. And Jen is locking in on that, has called every single grant recipient for the last 3 years from our Clean Transportation Program, our EPIC program, gotten their feedback, and we're incorporating that and making the process better. And she's working super hard every day. Thank you, Jen, for everything that you do. Mike Gravely, where are you? Mike is my military advisor. We have 30 military bases around the state of California. I've visited a huge number of them, many actually with Vice Chair Scott. And that relationship is where, we're actually having a lot of progress and demonstrating new technologies, and you've been fantastic. And thank you for all your work on the summit we're doing with the military in January. And then I wanted to just welcome especially Darcy Houck in your role as Chief Counsel, the depth you're bringing on rate making and nuclear issues and energy crises and tribal issues and everything else from the PUC, and your incredibly collaborative style. It's already having a huge impact. And I just want to say we're really lucky to have you. And I view you as really a long-term partner here with us. And it's great to have you in the Energy Commission family. And the same for Noemi Gallardo, who couldn't be here today, but has brought that incredible energy to the Public Advisor's Office, the face of the Energy Commission, as well as some other new appointments. Carousel Gore has done a terrific job in her new role as EEO. And Drew will say more about that in a minute. And Mike Sokol, one of the other big new appointments that's happened in my tenure running efficiency. Thank you for everything you're doing. And then Courtney Smith, where are you, Courtney? Yeah, in the back, hiding there. Just been a problem solver on every issue under the sun, and I just really appreciate your diligence. But really, most of all, I really wanted to recognize one person in particular, and that's our executive director, Drew, who brings his best every day. I send a lot of emails, some of them at like 3 in the morning, and I get a reply 20 minutes later. Drew, you put your heart into the work every day, and we all see that. We feel it. The commission, really wouldn't be what we are today without you. So on behalf of all my colleagues, we'd like to present you this shirt, which we got, which says, "I solve problems you don't understand in ways you will never know." Executive Director. So come forward and let's give Drew a round of applause. Oh, yes. So where's Lindsay? Thank you. Is Lindsay Buckley here? Where is she? Hi. Yeah, Lindsay, stand up. Yes. Lindsay was on my team until very recently as my communications advisor, is now running the communications shop, and she has brought an incredible level of creativity and zest and vigor and humor, and really makes us laugh every day. And I will tell you, this job to me is one of the most important jobs in our entire agency, because we're actually making a lot of headway on clean energy policy. Half of what we need to do now is communicate that effectively, get the word out to other states and other countries. And Lindsay, thank you for everything you're doing and will do. Thank you. And with that, I think we should get into the agenda. We can do the rest of the things. Is that all right, Drew? Yeah. Is that right? Thank you for everyone for your patience for 45 minutes of that. But let's move ahead if we could. I wanted to first just read a statement on public comment. Pursuant to California Code of Regulations, Title 20, Section 1104E, any person may make oral comment or on any agenda item. To ensure the orderly conduct of business, such comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person as to each item listed on the agenda that will be voted on today. Any person wishing to make a comment on information items or reports, in other words, non-voting items, shall reserve their comment for the general public comment portion of the meeting agenda. With that, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That passes unanimously. With your approval, colleagues, I'd like to take item 5 first, and let's move straight to that. Modifications to regulations governing the power source disclosure program. Jordan, thank you. Sorry, is Alana Sanchez here? She's traveling. Okay. I want to thank her. She's my international advisor. And she's, I think, traveling internationally. So anyways, go ahead, Jordan. Yep.
Greetings, Chair Hochschild and Commissioners. My name is Jordan Scavo. I'm the staff lead for AB 1110 implementation. And with me today is Lisa DiCarlo, our staff counsel for this rulemaking. We'll both be available to answer any questions you have after this presentation is concluded. I'm here to present the proposed regulations and the associated negative declaration for your consideration for adoption. I'll also note that for the purposes of the Administrative Procedures Act, this business meeting serves as our public hearing. And due to the complexity of the issues and the level of public interest, this presentation will take longer than typical business meeting items. Power source disclosure was established in 1998 and was designed to provide clear and accurate information about the sources of a consumer's electricity. Retail electricity suppliers are required to report their procurement and sales annually to the Energy Commission. Retail suppliers then disclose to their customers a power content label, which displays the power mix of the customer's electricity portfolio alongside that of the state's total system power mix. Assembly Bill 1110, authored by Assemblymember Ting, was signed into law in the fall of 2016. AB 1110 requires the Energy Commission, in consultation with the Air Resources Board, to develop a method for calculating greenhouse gas emissions intensities. The new law then requires retail suppliers to disclose the GHG emissions intensity associated with each electricity portfolio. AB 1110 also requires the disclosure of a retail supplier's unbundled renewable energy credits. AB 1110 authorized the Energy Commission to determine the appropriate method for a retail supplier to report and publicly disclose its unbundled RECs associated with each electricity portfolio. In addition, AB 1110 requires all marketing claims pertaining to a retail supplier's GHG emissions intensity to be consistent with the methodology adopted by the Energy Commission through this proceeding. AB 1110 stipulated a number of guidelines for our proceeding. We're required to develop a methodology that provides reliable, accurate, and simple to understand information to consumers, to ensure there is no double counting of GHG emissions or environmental attributes, to minimize the reporting burden, to rely on the most recent verified GHG data, and to consult the California Air Resources Board in developing our methodology. On that last point, I'll note that we've worked closely with our counterparts, both at the Air Resources Board and the Public Utilities Commission. I'm not certain whether our sister agencies are represented in person today, but we do want to extend our thanks for their collaboration and support in this proceeding thus far. These regulations are 3 years in the making, and their lengthy course of development has provided for robust engagement with stakeholders and the public and allowed for necessary cross-agency coordination. Over the past 3 years of pre-rulemaking and formal rulemaking, our staff has held several public workshops, issued multiple draft proposals, and modified a wide range of provisions after considering public comments. Our 15-day language released on November 25th represents the final staff proposal for these regulations. The comment period for the 15-day express terms ended on December 10th. Staff has reviewed all comments and will provide responses in the final statements of reasons as required by the Administrative Procedures Act. Our proposed methodology seeks to harmonize, to the extent practicable, renewable resource accounting as it's done under RPS with GHG emissions accounting developed by the California Air Resources Board. The slide above lays out the treatment of various procurement types for fuel mix and GHG emissions intensity accounting for this program. This table illustrates how different types of transactions are reported for both the fuel type and GHG emissions. As you can see, directly delivered electricity procurements are assigned the fuel type and GHG emissions intensity of the generator. Spot market purchases, including those made through the energy imbalance market, will be classified as unspecified power in the fuel mix and assign the default emissions factor for unspecified power. The role of RECs for resource accounting under this program has been a key area of discussion. Following the adoption of these regulations, firmed-and-shaped imports, which delivers substitute power bundled with RECs, will be factored into the fuel mix according to the generator of the REC. For the GHG emissions intensity, however, firmed-and-shaped imports will be assigned GHG emissions according to the generator of the substitute power. Unbundled RECs won't be used to determine the fuel mix or GHG emissions intensity. Instead, unbundled RECs will be disclosed separately in the footnote area on the power content label. Finally, as I mentioned earlier, we've sought to harmonize multiple accounting practices established by the state, and to do so in a manner that best meets with the statutory requirements. For example, our proposed treatment of RECs is consistent with emissions accounting practices established by the Air Resources Board for the mandatory reporting requirement and the Public Utilities Commission rules governing integrated resource planning. Staff has proposed a new method for calculating unspecified power. Under the current program, retail suppliers determine their procurements of unspecified power using hourly data. However, staff has found that hourly accounting of unspecified power results in mathematical inconsistencies with specified purchases reported on an annual basis rather than hourly. In short, it results in substantial overprocurement and mathematical incongruities in the reporting of this program, which requires adjustment to reconcile with retail sales, as I'll discuss in the next slide. Consequently, staff has proposed that unspecified power will be determined annually by comparing total specified procurements against retail sales. If retail sales exceeds total specified procurements, then the retail supplier drew unspecified power from the grid on an annual basis to serve retail sales, and the difference between retail sales and total specified procurements will be reported as unspecified power. If the total specified procurements exceed retail sales, then the retail supplier will report zero procurement of unspecified power on an annual basis. Staff has proposed a revised method for adjusting procurement to reconcile against retail sales, which is necessary since statute dictates that all calculations should be based on procurements serving retail sales. This proposal outlines a reduction order for situations in which total specified purchases exceeds retail sales. Under this provision, natural gas resources will be the first resources to be proportionally reduced so that total specified purchases equals retail sales. If the electricity portfolio contains insufficient natural gas generation to cover the excess specified purchases, then each line item of coal and other fossil fuels will be proportionally reduced. If all fossil fuels are reduced to zero and there is still excess specified purchases, then nuclear, large hydro, and renewables will be proportionally reduced so that total procurements matches retail sales. Staff has proposed a specific treatment for resources under the Cost Allocation Mechanism, or CAM. Most CAM resources are based on generators burning natural gas. CAM resources are purchases that the Public Utilities Commission assigns the IOUs to procure on behalf of all retail suppliers serving customers in an IOU service territory, which includes the IOU, community choice aggregators, and electric service providers. Staff has proposed that IOUs report their share of CAM resources, while other parties that aren't signatories to CAM purchase agreements would not. Since CAM generation has a similar emissions profile to unspecified power, staff considered the unclaimed portion of CAM to contribute to unspecified power on the grid. To be clear, although IOUs will claim a share of CAM resources while other retail suppliers will not, staff doesn't expect this proposed treatment to result in a significant emissions benefit or detriment to any party. Adding CAM resources to the portfolios of a retail supplier that was underprocured would kick out unspecified power, while adding CAM resources to a retail supplier that was overprocured would filter out those CAM resources through the adjustment mechanism outlined in the previous slide. There are a few other provisions we'd like to highlight. First, staff has proposed to grandfather firm-and-shaped contracts executed prior to 2019, allowing retail suppliers to exclude the GHG emissions of these resources from the calculation of the GHG emissions intensity on the power content label. This change only applies to firm-and-shaped contracts executed prior to 2019. As discussed on a prior slide, all of the firm-and-shaped contracts will be included in the GHG emissions intensity disclosed on the label. And second, in the 15-day changes, staff has proposed to postpone GHG reporting and disclosure by 1 year to allow retail suppliers time to adjust to the new requirements. AB 1110 anticipated these regulations would be adopted by January 1st of 2018, and based on that, specified the reporting of the GHG emissions intensity should commence on June 1st of 2020 for 2019 procurements. Unfortunately, due to the complexity of issues involved and markedly differing interests and concerns that had to be balanced, these regulations took longer than expected. Stakeholders have raised compelling arguments about why the Energy Commission should honor the lag between regulation, adoption, and reporting as memorialized in statute. 2019 is nearly over, and retail suppliers have already made marketing claims to their customers for portfolios offered this year. To require that disclosures made about the year's purchases comply with regulations that are not yet adopted would be unfair and would likely confuse customers. Staff believes the legislation intended to avoid these problems by providing a period of time between the adoption of the regulation and the start of reporting in statute and in the regulations. And the regulations should reflect that intent. We've considered numerous alternatives during the proceeding. I'd like to speak to a few of the most prominent ones. We've received substantial public comments indicating a desire to use REC-based accounting for GHG emissions rather than the method we've proposed. Stakeholders asserted that using RECs for emissions accounting is simpler, more accurate, and more transparent. Stakeholders noted that REC-based accounting aligns with corporate emission accounting used in voluntary markets under the Scope 2 protocol. We've also heard from stakeholders that, at least for firm-and-shaped imports, adjusting emissions using RECs is consistent with the RPS adjustment under cap and trade. We've responded to each of these arguments in our supporting documentation, but I'll briefly speak to them here. Since 2011, California has had a GHG accounting framework in place through CARB activities, and deviating from that standard would undermine the accuracy and reliability of power source disclosure. In this, we agree with CARB and others that RECs are not appropriate instruments for tracking or adjusting California GHG emissions. And the RPS adjustment under cap and trade adjusts the financial obligation for GHG emissions attributed to the regulated entity. It does not adjust the GHG emissions themselves. Therefore, adjusting GHG emissions under this program to align with the RPS adjustment is not appropriate. Some stakeholders advocated for an expanded grandfathering that would cover contracts executed through 2019 rather than for contracts executed through 2018. As we noted elsewhere in this proceeding, the grandfathering provision was meant to cover retail suppliers that entered into firm-and-shaped contracts prior to the state establishing standardized rules for retail-level GHG emissions accounting. The grandfathering proposal was not intended to establish a window for retail suppliers to enter into new contracts that wouldn't be subject to the GHG accounting provisions of this program. We first published our proposal not to use RECs to track emissions in July of 2017, and we've consistently messaged our intent since then. And in response to stakeholder requests, we've already pushed out the cutoff date for grandfathering from February 1st of 2018 to December 31st of 2018. We believe this has provided ample notice for stakeholders of our intent to reflect the same accounting assumptions for firm-and-shaped imports that CARB has had in place since 2011. Some stakeholders suggested we pivot from annual accounting to hourly accounting, which commenters suggested would improve program accuracy and transparency. Under the current program, as well as our proposed modifications, electricity resources are accounted on an annual basis rather than by matching resources to load annually. While we've noted the potential benefits of such an approach, staff concluded that we lack statutory authority to require annual accounting. Since the statute expressly states that retail suppliers are not required to identify specified purchases by matching resources to load on an hourly basis. Moreover, allowing retail suppliers to choose between hourly or annual accounting would result in incompatible data sets. Consequently, staff has proposed to require all procurements to be identified annually. Some stakeholders argued retail suppliers should continue to determine procurements of unspecified power using hourly settlement data, since this approach most accurately reflects unspecified power by matching resources to load on an hourly basis. However, staff has found that hourly accounting of unspecified power results in mathematical inconsistencies with specified purchases. However, staff has found that hourly accounting of unspecified power results in mathematical inconsistencies with specified purchases reported on an annual basis rather than hourly. As I mentioned earlier, resources can be reported either hourly or annually from an accounting standpoint, but reporting resources using a mixture of both methods doesn't work. And since statute prevents this program from requiring hourly reporting, staff concluded that using an annual method to determine unspecified power best meets the program needs. We've received suggested alternatives to the adjustment mechanism to account for procurement of excess for procurement in excess of retail sales. Some stakeholders suggest that rather than a tiered adjustment that targets resources with similar emissions impacts as unspecified power, all resources should be proportionally adjusted. Stakeholders have argued this would be more accurate. In fact, staff proposed this approach through an early pre-rulemaking white paper. We received broad stakeholder objections to this approach, as retail suppliers argued that they should be able to designate preferred resources as specifically serving retail sales. In response, staff has proposed its tiered adjustment mechanism that preferentially assigns renewables and GHG-free procurements to retail sales and targets resources for adjustment based on their similarity to the emissions profile of unspecified power. Staff believes this approach is appropriate since resources subject to adjustment are effectively washed out into unspecified power, so the resources that are filtered out should reflect the emissions profile assumptions of unspecified power. Some stakeholders have suggested we amend our proposed treatment of CAM resources by requiring all parties to claim their specific share. However, staff acknowledges the argument made by certain stakeholders that parties that did not sign the purchase agreements for CAM resources should not be required to claim those resources. As I discussed earlier, staff does not expect this proposed treatment to result in a significant emissions benefit or detriment to any party, since CAM resources would either displace unspecified power or be filtered out through the adjustment mechanism. At the same time, staff is aware that the Public Utilities Commission is exploring an allocation method for other shared resources under the power charge and difference adjustment. After the Public Utilities Commission has completed that process, the Energy Commission may consider modifying regulatory guidance for all shared resources mandated by the Public Utilities Commission through a separate rulemaking. Finally, I'll note that the alternatives I've just discussed don't cover all submitted comments. As I've mentioned earlier, we'll respond to all submitted comments in the final statement of reasons as required by the Administrative Procedures Act. In accordance with CEQA and APA requirements, staff evaluated the environmental, economic, and fiscal impacts of the proposed regulations. The resultant negative declaration concludes that there is no substantial evidence in light of the whole record before the agency that these regulations may have a significant effect on the environment. Furthermore, the associated economic and fiscal impact analysis indicates that the direct and indirect impacts of these regulations will not exceed the $50 million threshold of major regulations. We've received public comments questioning the assumptions used in our economic impact analysis, so I'd like to speak a moment to that. The direct costs associated with the reporting under this program are minimal. However, we approached our economic impact analysis conservatively, also taking into account indirect costs that might be associated with AB 1110 implementation. Our economic impact analysis was based on the assumption that retail suppliers would make procurement changes in two circumstances. First, for retail suppliers offering voluntary green portfolios, we estimated the cost to ensure that green portfolios marketed as being sourced from renewable and GHG resources would be consistent under the new methodology. And second, we evaluated procurement changes that would be needed for CCAs to make GHG claims that match their IOU competitors. In each case, we estimated procurement changes using the least costly means to ensure renewable GHG resources would be displayed on the label, which we believe to be a reasonable assumption since retail suppliers are sensitive to ratepayer impacts. Largely, this meant backing up firmed-in-shape RECs with Pacific Northwest Large Hydro as the substitute power. We expect any new procurements to be derived from existing resources rather than result in the construction of new generating facilities. This analysis only estimates the cheapest method to adjust procurement as outlined above. It does not speculate on consumer behavior if a retail supplier does not make procurement changes. Regardless, any changes to procurement, or the lack thereof, won't result in additional procurements of GHG emitting resources, since the product claims in question were predicated on RECs paired with emitting resources. In other words, although RECs may have been used to make GHG claims in the past, the underlying resources have not changed. Therefore, we do not anticipate any increase in procurements of GHG emitting resources. Finally, I'll note that we do not anticipate this program impacting corporate procurement practices related to RECs. This program only regulates the marketing practices of retail electricity suppliers. And we've been clear in our supporting documentation that the conclusions we've drawn about RECs apply strictly to California's Power Source Disclosure Program. Finally, staff concludes that these regulations meet the statutory mandates prescribed by AB 1110. The proposed regulations balance the requirements to provide accurate, reliable, and simple to understand information, to minimize the reporting burden, to avoid double counting, and to rely on the most recent verified GHG data. Consequently, we recommend that the Commission adopt the negative declaration and the proposed regulations. And Lisa and I are available to answer any questions you have. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll do public comments unless you wanted to say anything first. Okay, let's move to public comments. Lauren Cullum from the Sierra Club, to be followed by Jessica Melton from PG&E.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Lauren Cullum with Sierra Club California, representing 13 local chapters in California and 500,000 members and supporters across the state. Sierra Club supports the proposed modification to the Power Source Disclosure Program regulations. These modifications will ensure that power companies will report on the emissions intensity of their electricity products, allowing customers to better understand the climate impact of their electricity use. These regulations appropriately encourage power companies to avoid unbundled RECs and accurately associate emissions with firmed and shaped energy products. We also appreciate the compromise that the Commission strikes on these issues through the grandfathering clause for certain resources purchased before this year. Additionally, these modifications bring emissions reporting in alignment with greenhouse gas accounting methodologies used at the California Public Utilities Commission as well as Air Resources Board. All in all, these modifications will result in transparent and accurate greenhouse gas accounting to customers. To be noted, the most recent modifications include an extension for retail suppliers to begin reporting on greenhouse gas emissions for generation and procurement that occurs in 2020 rather than 2019. We see this as a sore spot in these regulations. This clause means that electricity providers will only begin reporting on greenhouse gas emissions intensity on the 2022 power content label. In our view, this delay is unfortunate and unnecessary. Despite this delay, Sierra Club supports the modifications and recommends that the Commission approve these modifications today. Thank you to the Commission and staff for their leadership on this issue.
Thank you. Let's move on to Jessica Melton from PG&E, to be followed by Sarah Dudley.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. Jessica Melton, PG&E. PG&E appreciates the hard work of CEC staff to implement the requirements of AB 1110 to date. PG&E believes the current proposal is a significant improvement from the status quo and should be implemented as soon as possible, but has concerns that there are aspects of the proposed regulations that fall short of the legislative requirements. As drafted, these regulations would still fail to provide accurate, reliable, and simple to understand information to customers regarding the GHG emissions intensity of their electricity supply as required by law. AB 1110 requires retail suppliers to begin reporting June 1st, 2020 for data on the greenhouse gas emissions intensity associated with retail sales occurring after December 31st, 2018. PG&E urges the CEC to comply with the language of AB 1110, but otherwise approve the regulations as drafted. By delaying implementation, the CEC will cause PG&E and other LSEs to either violate the Public Utilities Code or attempt to comply via voluntary reporting. It would be far simpler and fairer for the CEC to implement AB 1110 on the schedule required by the law. There are still significant opportunities for improvement in the Power Source Disclosure Program, so PG&E asks the CEC to commit to a second phase of this proceeding to address the following concerns. The portion of CAM resource emissions attributed to unbundled customers, transmission and distribution losses that have emissions consequences unaccounted for by the draft regulation, and the implementation of an hourly accounting methodology that would take into account the time dependency of electric sector emissions. Thank you again.
Thank you. Let's move on to Sarah Dudley, California Utilities Employees, to be followed by Frank Harris.
Hello. Is that on? Can you hear me? Okay. Hi, good morning. Sarah Dudley on behalf of the Coalition of California Utility Employees, or CUE. CUE is a coalition of unions that represents approximately 35,000 people who work for investor-owned and publicly owned utilities in California and for contractors who perform work for utilities and project developers. We support the proposed modifications to the power source disclosure regulations. The modifications properly eliminate unbundled RECs as a carbon-free resource when calculating or adjusting the fuel mix or GHG emissions intensity of an electricity portfolio disclosed on a power content label. CUE also supports separately disclosing on the power content label retired unbundled RECs. In addition, the modifications properly eliminate firmed and shaped products as a carbon-free resource. The modifications properly assign GHG emissions to firmed and shaped products based on the emissions profile of the delivered substitute energy. The modifications are good policy and consistent with CARB's treatment of firmed and shaped products. The modifications will help consumers understand the impacts of their electricity use and to effectively choose the electricity portfolio that suits them. We understand that due to some concern about the modifications, the revised language moves the start date for GHG reporting from 2019 to 2020. We just heard about some of those concerns. However, CUE believes that this revision is acceptable and will not undermine the effectiveness of the rules going forward. Thank you for this opportunity to present these comments.
Thank you. Let's move on to Frank Harris, to be followed by Scott Tomaszewski.
Thank you very much. My name is Frank Harris. I'm with the California Municipal Utilities Association. I appreciate the opportunity to comment today. CMUA supports the grandfathering provision for firmed and shaped resources as a compromise action to recognize procurement that's already occurred. However, I would ask the Commission to consider as an issue that goes beyond this regulatory activity, whether regulated entities are to respond and act preliminary to a regulation being implemented. And as staff presentation today indicated, because there was the expectation of a certain treatment, they felt that cutting off the firmed and shaped grandfathering a year in advance of when the regulation will actually be approved was reasonable. I'm not sure. I think this is something, given the incredible workload and the demands on staff, this is probably something the Commission might consider for other, as an issue to be addressed in other regulations as well. We also support the change in the language of the timing to conform to the billing cycle. This is a primary way that accounting occurs for utilities in terms of what information being delivered to customers, and so that change is very, very helpful. The change to the reporting of the GHG intensity to 2021 for 2020 procurement is also a move in the right direction. However, as staff indicated, AB 1110 actually originally expected a 1-year planning timeline between when the regulation was implemented and when the procurement would occur to be reported in the modified PCL. And so again, I encourage staff and the Commission to consider recognizing that timeline, which would mean that it would be procurement in 2021. Much of the procurement for 2020 for some of these programs has already been planned. And so while, again, this is a move in the right direction, it still leaves us having to make changes for procurement that already occurred. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's move on to Scott Tomaszewski, to be followed by Carrie Thompson.
Morning, Commissioners, and happy holidays. Scott Tomaszewski, Northern California Power Agency. I guess in terms of trench warfare, this has been an excellent 3-year process. And I will say, I mean, I say that actually in jest, that there's been a lot of good communications over the last few years to try and get to the point that we're at. So we're actually in a much better place than we were when we started this in 2016. So there are some good things in there, and then there are some concerns we still have. The implementation delay date is extremely important. And for those of us that have dealt with implementation once regulations are approved, dealing with the spreadsheet work that has to occur to bring in the carbon emissions intensity is going to take some time. And I know when we did similar things with the RPS program, we did focus group discussions and got a lot of feedback, which really made the product much better. The online database there is a very good product because of that. So that's important to have that time. Secondly, the auditing provisions that were provided in the 45-day language work really well. I think that actually is making the burden of compliance easier to deal with, compliance cost reduction, and it doesn't really undermine the integrity of the data. So that's important as well. With respect to resource accounting, the treatment of large hydro is vastly improved, not perfect, but it is important, especially for public power entities that are tied to the Western Area Power Administration resources that do not have the ability to lay off resources if there's an overprocurement situation. So what we don't want to do when we start to work towards this 100% carbon goal by 2045, large hydro is starting to play a much more important role in that conversation. So to have that type of information on the power content label more appropriately represented is important as we start there. The other thing, also the utility posting date, and as Frank mentioned, going back to the language that's in there was important. In practice, we've been posting these labels by October 1st of each year. The language in the statute doesn't really comport with that. We're going to be working with to secure a legislative fix to deal with that. That's really an administrative thing that really is not going to undermine or change the things that we've been doing in practice for the last 20 years. At the same time, there are a couple of concerns I wanted to just raise briefly. When we look at the requirement to provide annual disclosures via written mail, I do want to point out that there are, at least within our membership, there are some utilities where a third of the customer bills are actually provided electronically. So we're starting to get into a situation where the statute in 1998 and 2009 is nearly not really up with the times where we are with technology. And so at a minimum, perhaps would be consideration to adding some provision which assumes that any customer that consents to receiving an electronic bill is basically opting for electronic notification on that. So that's one thing. The other thing, just very briefly, is just dealing with the general desire to make sure that we're letting consumers know what this is and what it's not. And it is a very good proxy to deal with resource mix, and it will be a good mix for carbon intensity. But we need to make sure that we keep bringing that message, both utilities and regulators as well. Thank you,
Scott. Next, let's go to Carrie Thompson, to be followed by Nicholas Blair.
Good morning, Carrie Thompson, representing Anaheim Public Utilities. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today. I'm here today to address a key concern that we raised in written comments during the last 2 comment periods concerning the proposed modifications to this program. We are hopeful that the CEC will utilize our written and oral comments to make positive changes to the language so that we can deliver the most accurate information about the energy that we procure and deliver to our customers. The changes to the methodology that the CEC is proposing for calculating the PCL are inconsistent when being applied to retail sellers that are overprocured like Anaheim. Under the proposed methodology, when a retail seller has net purchases that exceed retail sales, natural gas is subtracted first, followed by coal and other fossil fuel resources, followed by all other specified purchases until net purchases meet retail sales. This new calculation has drastic effects on resource percentages to the point that labels for oversourced retail sellers become completely inaccurate. As an example, when we compare our true resource percentages for 2018 to the percentages calculated by the CEC's proposed calculation, the results are significantly skewed. Anaheim's actual portfolio percentages for natural gas and coal resources for 2018 were 25% and 38% respectively, as opposed to 11% gas and 54% coal that gets calculated under the new methodology. Anaheim has been actively exiting its coal resources over the years and has not exceeded 50% of the energy delivered to customers from coal resources in nearly a decade. Another concern raised regarding the proposed methodology is that for an over-resourced utility that delivers electricity from many non-renewable resources, including coal and gas, the tiered reduction of purchases creates a perverse incentive to use less natural gas because it reduces coal purchases and creates the appearance of a cleaner overall portfolio on the label. In Anaheim's previous comments, we included an example that demonstrates this effect. In the example, GHG emissions intensity decreased by approximately 2/3 despite an increase in coal production. In closing, reducing excess procurement through an order of merit is inherently flawed. All resources, including unspecified electricity, should be equally reduced to give the clearest picture of where customer power is being procured in order to accurately represent the sources of electricity that our customers receive. For these reasons, we hope the CEC will reconsider the adoption of this methodology today and instead either change the PCL methodology to reduce excess procurement to meet retail sales by using the power mix percentage of the retail seller, to reduce the excess, or alternatively keep the current methodology for reducing the excess, as it creates, while not perfect, it creates a more accurate label than what is being proposed today. We are open to further discussions with CE staff on this issue, and we look forward to continuing to work with staff to ensure that the label is accurate, transparent, and most importantly, useful for our customers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to Nicholas Blair, to be followed by Tim Tutt.
Good morning, Chair Hochschild and Commissioners. My name is Nick Blair. I'm with the Southern California Public Power Authority, representing 11 municipal utilities and 1 irrigation district. So SCAPA appreciates that the CEC has adopted recommendations to delay the new rule governing 2020 procurement data instead of 2019, as well as removing the on or before August 30th deadline to annually disclose information, enabling room for legislative amendment to AB 1110. However, we still are concerned about the current reporting requirements for unspecified power sources. We think that the proposed methodology should instead rely upon settlement data, which is readily available and consistent with how others, including CAISO and the Air Resources Board, use it. Secondly, as just noted by Anaheim, SCAPA remains very concerned that the CEC's proposed methodology for calculating the PCL when gross megawatt hours procured exceeds retail sales. We recommend that the CEC retain its current methodology because that better represents the retail seller's actual power mix and treats traditional energy sources equally. However, also reiterating what Anaheim said, if retaining the PCL current methodology isn't feasible, SCAPA reiterates the recommendation that CEC change the methodology to either reduce excess procurement to meet retail sales by applying the California power mix percentages for the corresponding year, or to reduce excess procurement to meet retail sales by applying the retail seller's power mix for the corresponding year. We've made these comments in previous rounds, and we also submitted written commentary. We appreciate staff's diligent work on this over the past 2.5 years, and we look forward to continuing to working with the Energy Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to Tim Tutt, to be followed by Todd Jones.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Tim Tutt for SMUD. Likely my swan song for SMUD at this particular business meeting. So we've been at this 3 years, as staff said, and SMUD has submitted at least 6 sets of comments and participated in numerous workshops, and we've consistently suggested that the power mix and GHG intensity follow the procurement path, not the delivery path. That unbundled RECs should be considered as renewable, consistent with the RPS, and show the GHGs of the RECs procured, and that firmed and shaped contracts should also be treated consistently as renewable and zero GHG. Unfortunately, this path has been rejected by staff, and this will lead to a disruption in the renewable marketplace in California. It already has, in fact. If you go at SMUD's, look at SMUD's website today, you'll see our Greenergy program advertised as you can buy 100% renewable energy for 2019. A lot of that energy, this 2019 was procuring unbundled RECs for those products. If you look at that website, it says next year we're redesigning our program to be a clean, 100% clean energy program, and that's going to include our large hydro resources as part of that effort, as well as increasing the prices because of the higher cost of procuring the renewables. So higher cost for renewables means less voluntary green power being procured. Adding in the large hydro means less renewables being supported. These regulations are already having a negative impact on the renewable market in California for SMUD's case. We don't believe a negative declaration is appropriate for the environmental impacts of this regulatory change. We do appreciate the change to delay the GHG emission reporting to 2020, but this does not go far enough. We've already done our 2019 procurement, our 2019 marketing, and if we have to send a power content label next year to those customers that say that is different from what they have been marketed, what they thought they were procuring, it's going to cause problems to our reputation. It's going to cause problems to their obligations because they made green energy procurement to meet in part to meet their lead and sequel obligations on an ongoing basis, and that's backed up by a power content label that shows that they're meeting those obligations. So we're going to have to go through some kind of fancy explanation to say, here's why that power content label that you're using as backup doesn't work. So we oppose the adoption today for the reasons stated. We think you should go back and take another look at these issues. We think it will damage the renewable market. And if you do proceed, we ask for an item in the resolution, as we put in our written comments, that says the power mix reporting should be grandfathered to be under the rules in place when that procurement occurred for 2019. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. And let me just say a point of privilege. Thank you for those comments, but I just wanted to recognize you served with distinction here at the Energy Commission for many, many years. We're involved in many of the policies, new solar homes, and many others. And then have served at SMUD for a number of years since then. And I know you're retiring at the end of the month, and I just want to give you a round of applause for a long career. Yeah. I won't be surprised if you retire from retirement in a few years and come back and give us some more. Okay, thank you. Let's move on to Todd Jones, if we could, to be followed by Susie Berlin.
All right. Thank you, commissioners and commission staff. My name is Todd Jones. I'm the policy director at Center for Resource Solutions. CRS is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that's been providing renewable energy and carbon policy analysis and technical assistance in California for over 20 years. There are elements of this proposal that we support. Critically, the proposal avoids double counting by requiring that retail suppliers must procure the RECs from eligible renewable generators and not sell them, both to report the renewable fuel type and the GHG emissions intensity of the generator. Otherwise, the purchases have to be classified as unspecified power. We have concerns with other parts of the proposal that create inconsistencies with the RPS and discrepancies between fuel type and emissions. Specifically, we have concerns with the proposed ineligibility of unbundled RECs, PCC3 renewables, and treatment of new post-2018 firmed and shaped procurements, PCC2 renewables, in the GHG emissions intensity calculation. We do not think these elements are accurate or simple to understand. They represent a major change from the RPS and historical best practice in terms of the kinds of renewable energy contracts that can be reported as renewable by retail suppliers and how GHG emissions are assigned to them. To be clear, consistency with the RPS among all other programs is paramount, since the RPS is the only other state program addressing and verifying electricity to meet retail sales. Both power source disclosure and RPS verify renewable energy as a percent of retail electricity sales, and all classifications of RECs under the RPS, including unbundled RECs, verify delivery of renewable energy as a percent of retail electricity. And AB 162 says explicitly that compliance with power source disclosure and RPS are the same. So Jordan said earlier that deviating from the MRR with respect to RECs would undermine power source disclosure. It would not, since CARB's accounting under the MRR is not in conflict with the RPS. power source disclosure. The MRR does not account for the GHG intensity of retail sales. On the whole, the proposal will increase the cost of purchasing renewable electricity through a retail supplier, make it more difficult for customers purchasing from retail suppliers to achieve their climate goals, and ultimately shift demand for renewable energy away from California retail suppliers. Just in my last few minutes, if you're not considering revisiting these major components of the proposal, I want to at least draw your attention to the proposed footnote language on the PCL. The 15-day language includes changes to a footnote that describes RECs and unbundled RECs, and it now reads that unbundled RECs represent renewable generation that was not delivered to serve retail sales. That statement on the PCL would be false and is directly contradicted by the RPS and CPUC decisions. So we encourage you to, at this point, if you're going to adopt this proposal, exclude the second sentence in that proposed footnote, so that it's not inaccurate disclosure to customers.
Thank you. Let's move on to Susie Berlin, to be followed by Steve Euler.
Good morning, Chair Douglas, Commissioners. My name is Susie Berlin, and I represent the MSR Public Power Agency. And I'd like to start by thanking staff for working with all the stakeholders throughout this deliberative process, not just during the last few months when we've had the actual regulation, but throughout the pre-rulemaking process as well. And we'd also support the recognition of the of moving the actual implementation date to cover the procurement and generation that begins in 2020. We think that this date, although it is not consistent with what the legislature had put forth, also reflects the need to ensure that there is time to work through the labels and the other data forms that will be used to report the data. The legislation also anticipated that there would be a longer period of time for implementation, and if we don't spend the next couple of months ensuring that the spreadsheets are correct, the information that will be reported to the customers has a higher likelihood of being inaccurate and would completely undermine the whole purpose of the regulation in the first place. We also support the recognition of firmed and shaped resources and the importance of recognizing them as renewable resources and how the regulation anticipates counting the GHG emissions from those resources. This is a really important issue because firmed and shaped contracts that have been entered into by retail suppliers are part of their long-term procurement. They're also part of their integrated resource planning, and these contracts have a value that comes with their RPS eligibility, and even without having a compliance obligation attached to the label, the way in which they are treated on the label does have an impact on the value of the contracts. One other point, as we put in MSR's written comments, we urge the Commission to review the provisions that may be obsolete or not applicable to information that's actually necessary for the power source disclosure label. In this regard, we mean reporting that generators are required to do to both to EIA and to the balancing authorities. And on that note, and more broadly, we encourage the Commission, whether through staff or through the legislative advocates, to work with the stakeholders to go through provisions in the regulation and the statute that are just impractical or obsolete or just infeasible to implement as drafted, so that when we are putting forth a regulation, we have something that's consistent with the statutory requirements and that the statute no longer reflects items that are just extra baggage basically at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to Steve Euler, to be followed by Matt Friedman.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name's Steve Euler. I'd like to talk about some laws that you will not change here today, such as physical laws, such as Ohm's Law and Watt's Law. The accuracy of knowing how much greenhouse gas is in any product, electric product, has to take into account losses. Other laws that you are involved is that your renewable enforcement for publicly owned utilities, which you have a rulemaking that is not completed, offers up unbundled RECs as an electricity product. very confusing if you show recs on there. Do they belong to the individual, or do they still belong and can be used for RPS? SB 100 2018 session requires no resource shuffling. The formulas are shuffling resources to remove greenhouse gases from the calculation. The point of 50 PUC 54.53A is to see that we end up with zero carbon. This, the way the label is laid out now, the public will not get the true answer to the total costs, the losses, which losses would be efficiency related. Efficiency is first in the loading order. It's ignoring those. So the situation of the shuffling needs to be dealt with. I put in a number of comments with some suggestions on wording, as well as the citability of the express terms. I wish those would be reviewed as far as making it more citable, so that we know exactly what, when somebody says something and they don't just have to reference words, they can reference sections instead of words. I think that's the main point, but as it stands, the law clearly says it has to be accurate. You're not telling them that's exactly what they're getting. This is supposed to be like a nutrition label, and if this was a nutrition label, it would not be allowed, because you're not telling about, you're hiding the carbon by allowing this resource shuffling in the calculations of 1393. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's open the phones and go to Matt Friedman.
Hi, this is Matt Friedman with the Utility Reform Network, and I'd like to start off by appreciating the hard work of the staff and commissioners in the development of these regulations. We've been involved from the beginning, and although the delays have been challenging, we think the final product is worth the wait. TURN was the outside sponsor of Assembly Bill 1110 that established the new requirements that are subject to the regulations. We worked with all stakeholders in the development of the language, and we think that the final regulations are completely consistent with the statutory provisions and the intent of both the author and the sponsor. I think it's important to understand that the Power Source Disclosure Program doesn't establish any procurement requirements. The requirements here relate only to disclosure. So no retail supplier is obligated to make any changes to their procurement based on these rules. It's not a surprise to us that stakeholders who engage in buying, selling, and certifying of unbundled environmental attributes have concerns with the regulations, but we think the Commission isn't charged with maximizing the number and types of transactions that can be reported to customers as zero GHG. The goal is accurate and consistent reporting, and we think that proposed regulations strike the proper balance between competing objectives, result in more accurate disclosures to customers, and create greater alignment between the greenhouse gas accounting methodologies used by the Energy Commission, the Public Utilities Commission, and the California Air Resources Board. Specifically, we think that the rules are consistent with the other state greenhouse gas accounting protocols. The treatment of both unbundled renewable energy credits and firmed and shaped resources is the same as the approaches that are used by the Air Resources Board and the PUC, and therefore it would create long-term and long-needed consistency between these approaches. For example, in the integrated resources planning process, the PUC has explicitly excluded both firmed and shaped resources and unbundled RECs from being counted as zero GHG resources. And this treatment was adopted after being fully litigated at the PUC. The Air Resources Board similarly does not permit either types of procurement to be used to adjust reported greenhouse gas emissions. And the ARB previously determined, for example, that treating unbundled RECs as a GHG offset would be contrary to the express requirements and purposes of Assembly Bill 32 that establishes the state's greenhouse gas goal reductions. So our view is that the proposed treatment of the unbundled RECs and firmed and shaped resources are consistent with not only greenhouse gas accounting approaches, but the RPS rules. While we have concerns about the grandfathering treatment that's been proposed, we understand that this compromise was made to address the concerns of various retail suppliers, and we think the program, even with those changes, still represents a major step forward from the current rules. Getting greenhouse gas accounting right is a challenging endeavor, and each iteration of the reporting and disclosure protocols should be seen as a work in progress. We think these rules represent an excellent step in the right direction, and they should be approved by the Commission today. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's turn to Commissioner Douglas.
All right. Well, I have a few high-level comments, and then I wanted to offer to staff an opportunity to address some of the questions and comments that we heard today. But I think, colleagues, what you have heard and seen from both Jordan's presentation and from the public comment we've heard is that this was not an easy endeavor. This was a really challenging endeavor. And I think, Matt Friedman's comment at the end and also, Jordan's comment at the very beginning in his presentation, a lot of what this required is harmonizing different methodologies that have been developed by different agencies for somewhat different purposes and trying to give them a level of consistency and meaning in a way that is also clear and understandable to the public and informs them about their electricity, sources, the generation that serves them. And doing that in a context where not every utility was reporting these things to their consumers in the same way. And so the legislature has directed us to create this statewide consistent methodology. And we endeavored to do so in a way that was also to the maximum extent possible consistent with what other agencies are doing in, measuring the same things. And the result was never going to be absolutely perfect or absolutely clean, especially in the first year or so of the program. And so some of the policy decisions reflected in this package, such as the grandfathering and the 1-year delay in when the greenhouse gas emissions themselves would be reported, reflect our effort to balance the needs, and commitments and, concerns that different stakeholders have had with the direction we've gotten from the legislature to create this label and this consistency in the way that these attributes are reported in this methodology. And I don't think any other state has successfully done this, and I don't know that any other state has really tried because it's a very complex endeavor, as you can see from the not only amount of comments but the depth of comments and the depth of issues that we had to cover. And so I do think in the public comments there were some comments raised that staff may wish to address, and I'll kick this to them, and I may ask a few questions, and obviously you should be obviously if you have questions, this would be a good time for that. But let me pass this now over to Jordan, and I'll ask you first, what did you hear that you would like to speak to?
I'd like to speak a moment to, I believe it was Alameda's comments about the adjustment mechanism. You mentioned that the adjustment mechanism, which is that tiered approach for ramping off resources to ensure that total procurements matches retail sales, would create a perverse incentive for procurements of coal. I don't believe this to be the case. Because the way that adjustment mechanism is structured, natural gas offloads first, then coal and other fossil fuels, and then all of the resources are reduced proportionally after that. So if your existing procurements don't include any natural gas, you could swap some out to procure coal instead, but that would be the first resource targeted. Even if you had natural gas, if you're not touching that, but you're moving other resources out to procure additional coal, coal would be the first resource touched there. You could move resources that are currently in natural gas into coal, and then that coal would be sort of couched between natural gas and other resources for the adjustment mechanism. But if we're looking at a one-to-one switch, and the adjustment mechanism has a certain threshold that it has to adjust down to because retail sales doesn't change. So there's a certain quantity of megawatt hours that need to be adjusted out regardless. If you strictly take out natural gas and move it into coal, then nothing has changed. There won't be any natural gas there, but instead the coal gets targeted, so the same quantity of megawatt hours are adjusted out, and the emissions impact is negligible. Alameda's comments did include an example of how this adjustment mechanism might result in reducing emissions through moving around resources to I think try and benefit from the tiered adjustment approach. But the example that Alameda submitted wasn't moving strictly natural gas into coal. It, I believe, broke up the procurements of natural gas into coal, large hydro, and nuclear power equally. So when Alameda mentioned that there was a 2/3 reduction
Jordan,
of...
you're saying Alameda, but Anaheim?
Yes, Anaheim, sorry. So in the example, they eliminated all their natural gas and broke up those procurements equally into coal, large hydro, and nuclear. Nuclear and large hydro are considered zero GHG for this program, so it, to me, is unsurprising that we would see a 2/3 reduction of emissions through the adjustment mechanism because 2/3 of those resources were moved from an emitting resource to non-emitting resources. I'd also like to speak a moment about the footnote language that Todd Jones from CRS brought up. The intent of that language was to reflect the assumptions in this program that the underlying generation from unbundled RECs doesn't serve retail sales. And to the extent that we're talking about serving retail sales as a specified resource, meaning that you can point to the power that is derived from a generator in which the RECs have been decoupled and say that I'm being served by solar or wind or any renewable resource, I think that's accurate. I do understand, I think, Todd's point that there's the potential for some ambiguous interpretations of that language. And Mr. Euler commented on the adjustment mechanism and references to resource shuffling. One way or another, there needs to be some sort of reconciliation between procurement and retail sales because the statute requires the denominator in these calculations to be retail sales. And in most cases, retail suppliers have other electricity end uses on top of retail sales. Somehow those have to be filtered out. And over the course of these 3 years, we've grappled with a number of different ways of doing that. But any way we do that, something has to get pushed out. And I don't believe resource shuffling is a specific situation. It's swapping out existing resources for new resources in a way that basically pushes emissions out of California and into other jurisdictions. In this case, I don't believe that's what's happening. Rather, it's allocating procurements to different electricity end uses, which one way or another we have to do to get things down to retail sales. Thank you.
Commissioners, did you have other questions that you wished for Jordan to address? Go ahead.
Thank you for that opportunity, and that was a very good list. You actually hit all of the questions that I had, except one, which is, I believe it was SCAPA that mentioned that the unspecified should be based on settlements, and that's how CAISO and the Air Resources Board do it, and I wanted to hear a little bit more about that.
So far as I'm aware, the only way to directly calculate unspecified power is through hourly settlement data. What that means is that a utility goes to their balancing authority, in most cases that's the ISO, and they look at their total specified procurements for that hour and their purchases from the grid during that hour. If their specified purchases exceeds their procurements from the grid, then they consider that to mean there wasn't any unspecified power that was serving them during that hour. If they don't have sufficient resources on the books from a specified resource, then the additional electricity that is being drawn from the grid is considered to be unspecified power. That's done on an hourly basis. That's basically one component to the clean net short methodology. It's hourly accounting, and it results in significant reporting of overprocurement for power source filings. We've noticed over the past couple of years that this situation is becoming exacerbated as more and more renewables are being brought into the portfolios of retail suppliers. That overprocurement further complicates the issue of needing adjustment to bring procurement back down to retail sales. So I acknowledge this isn't an accurate way to, or the most accurate way to best capture unspecified power from an hourly perspective. If we're looking at things annually, which we do for all of the resources, I think the proposal we have best approximates unspecified power in a way that conforms to the other calculation mechanisms that are embedded in the regulation. And it also simplifies reporting requirements. Rather than needing to dig through hourly settlement data for reporting for this program, unspecified power is calculated automatically in the reporting form. Thank you.
Thank you. And I had just one more thought on this that you or Commissioner Douglas have not mentioned quite yet, and that's just, as the public member for the commission, it's important that we have really great public process, which I know that we did over many, many years on this topic, and so I appreciate that, the staff's diligence and the engagement of all of our stakeholders to really help on something that's complex and complicated and difficult. And I also take the point, which I think Tim Tutt made, about this is all to really help the public understand. And so I would be interested, obviously not today, but later as this gets rolled out, seeing what kind of feedback we get from people when they see the label. And does it, hopefully it does communicate what we are hoping to tell the folks. And I think we've put a very good plan in place to have that happen, but to kind of have a feedback mechanism to, tweak or update or improve or change things if needed.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Thank you. And I would have some comments on that, but I saw Commissioner Monahan reach for her mic. Did you want to ask some?
I do, and I actually was going to make that same point where this is an important first step, and making sure that we refine over time and have a public engagement process so that we can do that seems like it's important, since this is really the first of its kind. And I do think it's important to really make sure that we are doing the best job we can to align with the greenhouse gas reporting protocols that the Air Resources Board is shepherding. And as we move from an RPS regulated world where it's percentage of renewables that we're tracking into a greenhouse gas world where it's the amount of greenhouse gas emissions we're tracking, we're going to run into some challenges as we try to crosswalk those two. Jordan, I was wondering if you could talk to the biofuels issue. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. I think this is one of these areas, we're encountering this in transportation too, where there's the direct emissions from transportation, there's actually the upstream emissions from the transportation fuels, which is attributed to a different sector than transportation. So in some way, we get these kind of funny accounting mechanisms where we say, oh, the electricity sector is responsible for some emissions, others are falling into a different emissions category. Can you just walk us through that a little bit?
Yes. most recent version of the proposed regulations does not require retail suppliers to report carbon dioxide emissions associated with electricity production using biofuels. We did that to align with accounting provisions used at CARB and through international standards at the IPCC, International Panel for Climate Change, where carbon, this is just carbon, so other GHG emissions associated with biofuels are included, but just carbon is allocated to a land use category in these other emissions accounting activities. To be consistent, we've proposed to treat it the same way. At one point, we had a proposed footnote that explained that the emissions intensity did not include carbon from biogenic fuels, but did provide that information in a footnote. So it illustrated an emissions intensity if it were to include carbon from biogenic fuels. And in the course of hashing out these regulations, we simplified and reduced most of the footnotes. At one point, I think we had 6, and it was turning into a long form power content label. And instead proposed to kind of suss out those nuances on our website.
So this is just one point of, I'd love to hear some discussion with the other commissioners about whether it would make sense just to have that footnote. And the reason I emphasize that is because when we put the resource allocation and have a biofuels percentage, it presumes that the GHGs are going to be accounted for in the metric. And so I just want us to be thoughtful about how we make sure that we're being like as rigorous as we can be about the accounting and as clear as we can be, given I understand we need to constrain and 6 footnotes and people's eyes roll back when there's so much, and yet it's important to be true to the data and not create confusion about what's being included in the greenhouse gas accounting and what isn't.
So I think that I'll make some comments that might help us wrap up here, but just kind of, and I've got notes that are not terribly linear, so that's the way my comments may flow. I think Commissioner Monahan, you put your finger on something that this does, which, this label is part of bringing us from, and we're doing this across the board in a number of different areas, from a kind of RPS-centric viewpoint to a carbon-centric viewpoint. And some of that is at the heart of some of the difficulties we've had. Unbundled recs are an RPS compliance mechanism, and how do we reconcile that with the fact that the electricity that is actually produced associated with the unbundled rec is obviously by definition not what was used to serve the customer. And so we had very significant policy discussions and policy issues around all of that have moved us to the proposal that we have in front of us today. And it's not a perfect proposal, and there are a lot of areas for future work, but it's a pretty good proposal, I really think. The public process took a long time. I wrote, many years. I wrote like too many years, because people need predictability and certainty in order to be able to make decisions. And I think we heard from a lot of electricity providers here today that they are making decisions. They have made decisions. They need to know what the rules are going to be in terms of how their decisions are reflected in scores on labels that they're going to be required to show their customers. And they need to know, 2 years ago, but we can't go back in time. So, they'd like to know. And it's my perspective that we need to get this done. We need to get this done this year. Getting this done this year gives the providers, all of 2020 to make decisions, especially affecting the greenhouse gas reporting that's done, and be in a position to report that for 2021. And that's important. And I hear loud and clear that people would have liked longer, and I understand that because I would have liked to have given them longer. And I think, for all of the challenges in this proceeding, and there have been many, and I think Scott Tomaszewski put his finger on this very nicely, there have been moments when things have been very testy and very hard in this proceeding. And it's, I think the really good thing about it is, it's because people fundamentally care. The people reading the labels care. People, I think, especially people who are subscribed to green pricing programs and people who are looking for reducing their own personal, carbon impact care. And the electricity providers care, and, so do we, and that's part of what makes this hard. And one of the, two of the opportunities we come out of this, that we have coming out of this, that both you and Commissioner Scott touched on, and some of the commenters touched on this as well. One is education. One thing that we have tried to do is focus the language on this label and, in the documents that will be supporting this package, to be very clear that, this information is being provided for this purpose. And this is what this program is. And I understand the concerns about the footnote. I think the footnote is on balance helpful, but, I think it's helpful and incumbent on us to make sure it's not misread and misused to the extent that we can. And we can use our website as a tool. We can partner with electricity providers and others on education, what this is, what this isn't. There are many areas that have been pointed out to us that are not perfect. And the biofuel one is numerically probably not the biggest. What I wanted to commit to was something that PG&E suggested in its comments and reiterated orally, which is to say that, no, we're not done. Version 2 of the power source disclosure rules is not imminent. So please understand that. But we will gain experience, others will gain experience. We may find that consumers misunderstand something on the label in a way that we didn't anticipate. We may find that there are better ways of reflecting data. And we are very open to learning from this process. So not only working with everybody on the education side, but also learning from implementation and trying to, improve this label. We don't want this label to become outdated and obsolete and still require people to, mail it, or, distribute it if it's no longer as useful as it could be. So I think there really needs to be, I think we will find that we will want to improve this, and we will want to work collaboratively with everyone here to do that. I heard Anaheim and SCAPA's comments loud and clear about the way the adjustment mechanism affects them. If you want to talk to us about, again, education and, what this is and what this isn't, and, we would be happy to talk to you, because I think the proposal that has been put forward handles an issue that was going to be challenging no matter what, in a way that generally works. I do understand that it has an impact on, or potentially could have an impact on utilities that still have coal in their portfolio and that are working very hard to get coal out of their portfolio, and who's, has a significant slice of their customers who would like them to do that quickly. And, and so I think that the really good thing is that the intentionality in this room is all going in the right direction. And now we've got this scorecard that is pretty good but not perfect. And you know, we could work many, many years to make it perfect. And I'm in the mode of let's get it done and let's come back, because I think we will want to and need to at some point. So I think those are my main comments. I recommend this to the commission's approval. And I just want to see if there are more comments. I think maybe the chair.
Yeah. First of all, I just wanted to thank Commissioner Douglas for your careful deep dive into this issue. And let me say that I do recognize we're late on this decision. It's taken a long time. I think the stakeholder process has been very thorough, and I think the public comment we heard today is actually a very good illustration of that there is no solution that's going to keep everybody perfectly happy. We have to thread the needle. I will say some of the critiques I've heard over the years of our direction on this, I actually think are critiques of the legislation itself. And this is not the forum for that. We're trying to faithfully implement the truth in advertising that was the intent of the legislation, and to do that in as pragmatic a way as we possibly can. I think this decision today does move us in the right direction. And I would emphasize two things. You know, one is there is nothing about the decision today that dictates procurement either way. This is about how it gets communicated. And secondly, this is the first step, and we will be making further improvements and changes down the line, and being as attentive as we can. So I think it's critical that we get this over the finish line, and this has my full support.
I'll make a motion to just look at the chief.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion passes unanimously.
Mr. Carlo.
I just want to confirm we did the motion in the proper order, or the adoption. We need to adopt the negative declaration first, and then subsequently adopt the proposed regulations.
All right, so I move to adopt the negative declaration for
Okay.
regulations.
Second for that. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
That passes unanimously. Let's move on to the process.
And now I move to adopt the regulations.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to staff.
And I just want to take this opportunity to thank Jordan, Lisa, Natalie, and the team. They, you know, my advisors and many others who worked very hard to get us to December. Thank the chair's office as well, Ken Ryder. Appreciate the work.
Okay, let's move on to item 2, Energy Commission progress on joint agency report charting a path to 100% clean electricity future, SB 100. Tara Weeks.
Good afternoon now, Chair and Commissioners. This will hopefully be relatively brief. So we have held one SB 100 workshop since the last business meeting, which was focused on technologies and implementation scenarios. We had a full agenda with a session on existing studies that can help inform our SB 100 analysis, and a number of technical panels representing 11 technologies that fall under either the existing renewable energy definition or are considered potential enabling technologies, such as gas plants with carbon capture, emerging nuclear, hydrogen, and energy storage. We heard from experts and innovators on the state of the market for these technologies, cost and performance trends, and possible contributions to SB 100 goals. This was also the first workshop where we solicited specific feedback on technical implementation of the bill. So I'll just go over a couple of the key areas that were addressed. The first is the definition of zero carbon resources. During the workshop, the agencies offered 2 resource scenarios to consider while evaluating the impact of resource eligibility. The first is what we're calling an RPS plus option. So this includes all RPS eligible technologies, plus large hydro, nuclear, and natural gas with CCS. The second was a no combustion scenario, which does not allow resources to combust fuel, which was included in response to comments regarding local air pollution impacts. Overwhelmingly, comments received were in favor of defining resource eligibility in line with the more inclusive RPS scenario, and we will incorporate this feedback as we continue to establish a framework for definition of zero carbon resources. The second area was our modeling approach, which builds on the PUC's IRP 2045 framing studies, which is just focused on IOU territory, so we're looking to expand that statewide. We received several comments on this framework, mostly focused on inclusion of a broad range of resource options in our modeling. And last was alignment of accounting rules. So during the workshop, agencies acknowledged that we have different accounting methodologies for the RPS program and then for the mandatory greenhouse gas reporting regulation, or MRR. So it was proposed during the workshop whether it was advisable to align the two methodologies under SB 100, which would require coordination between the Energy Commission and Area Resources Board specifically. We received a wide variety of comments without really clear consensus on this, but accounting and compliance is a really key topic that we'll address in this report, but we're really teeing it up as a focus for the next report. Looking ahead, the interagency team is going to be a little quiet for the next couple months as we dive into analytical work and report drafting. So we're currently developing content for initial sections of the report that include bill interpretation, process, and pertinent background information, incorporating the comments that we've received so far. We're also working to secure a contract to help with the SB 100 modeling work. And lastly, we're finalizing plans for our spring workshops, which will tentatively include workshops on resilience, reliability, which we will plan jointly with the balancing authorities, equity and affordability, and environmental impacts. We're also discussing adding an additional workshop on our modeling assumptions. And we will have more details about plans for these workshops shortly. And that's my update.
Thanks. There was a request for public comment. Again, we're not taking public comment on non-voting items going forward. Public comment on those items will occur at the end when we do public comment generally. Thanks. Any other questions or discussions?
Had one quick thought. Thank you for the excellent update. As part of the IPER, so as you know, I'm leading the 2019 IPER, we have put, maybe 1 or 2 pages kind of describing SB 100 into the IPER. Of course, the proceedings, the workshops, all of that is its own separate thing. But we did get a few comments that were specific to SB 100, I think, more so than to the IPER. So I asked Heather and Stephanie to make sure, Tara, that you and your team get those comments. And if we want to make some appropriate tweaks into the IPER just to kind of, obviously we can't have an IPER that doesn't mention SB 100, but the place for the comments and the details are, of course, within the SB 100 proceedings. So I just wanted to flag those comments for you and also do a little PSA for folks who are following what we're up to.
Great, thanks. Yeah, and we'll be sure to engage with the IPER team on that.
Thanks. Any other comments or questions? Okay,
Thanks.
Thank you, Tara. Let's move on to item 3, San Jose Data Center.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Steve Kerr. I supervise the Siting and CEQA Review Unit in the Environmental Office of STEP. With me is Staff Attorney Nick Oliver. We're here to present a proposed order appointing a committee to oversee a small power plant exemption, or SPPE, proceeding for the San Jose City Data Center. The SPPE option is only available for thermal power plants between 50 and 100 megawatts, and pursuant to Public Resources Code, Section 25541, the exemption can only be granted if no substantial adverse impact on the environment or energy resources will result from the construction or operation of the proposed facility. The applicant, Microsoft Corporation, filed its SPPE application on November 15th, 2019, seeking an exemption from the Commission's power plant application for certification process. The project would be in San Jose and consist of 2 single-story data center buildings and house data servers and associated diesel-fueled backup generators to provide an uninterruptible power supply of up to 99 megawatts during an emergency loss of utility power. Staff will conduct a CEQA review of the exemption application and prepare an initial study. In addition to the San Jose City Data Center, Staff is currently working on the Walsh, Sequoia, and Mission College data center projects. Staff anticipates 3 additional SPPE applications for data centers in the Santa Clara and San Jose area to be submitted this month and in January. Thank you. We'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, go ahead, applicant.
Yeah, good afternoon, commissioners. We thank you for your time and your efforts reviewing the materials for this matter. My name is Travis Brooks, attorney here with the Microsoft team. I have Peter Witters, design manager for Microsoft, and Jerry Salami with Jacobs Engineering, a consultant on the project as well. And I believe Peter has a brief statement to give. If now is appropriate, he can give that. Or
sure, go ahead.
Good morning, good afternoon, excuse me. My name is Peter Witters. I'm a member of Microsoft's data center and engineering team. Silicon Valley is a key location of Microsoft's global footprint on looking to better serve our customers and looking to decrease network latency and increase availability to our customers. The SJC, or San Jose project, is a key element in that proposal, in that footprint, and we're very excited and motivated to get this project underway. So thank you for your consideration.
Great. Commissioner Douglas, do you have any comments you want to make? Because the committee that I'd like to create is Commissioner Douglas as presiding and Commissioner Monahan as associate for this. Were there any comments you wanted to make? Or
I don't have any questions. I appreciate you being here, and I think that probably I'll just, I'm just looking at this to see what I'm actually, proposed order appointing a committee. All right, so I will move to appoint the committee suggested by the chair, which would be myself working with Commissioner Monahan as the associate member.
Thanks. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor say aye.
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 Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
thank you.
Let's move on to item 4, Inland Empire Energy Center.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. My name is Jonathan Fong. I'm the supervisor in the Compliance Office in the Siting, Transmission, and Environmental Protection Division. Staff is here today to recommend approval of the Inland Empire Energy Center's closure plan. With me today from Chief Counsel's Office is Nick Oliver and Engineering Office staff Brett Folks. And representing the project owner is Michael Carroll. On June 20th, 2019, the project owner filed a decommissioning and demolition plan with the Energy Commission requesting permanent closure of the facility. Staff evaluated the plan, met with the project owner, and suggested revisions. On November 14th, 2019, a revised closure plan was filed with additional measures intended to reduce potential environmental impacts associated with closure activities. Inland Empire is an 800-megawatt combined cycle baseload natural gas-fired power plant located in the city of Menifee in southern Riverside County. The project was originally certified by the CEC in December of 2003 and began commercial operation in January of 2009. Inland Empire currently supplies electricity to the California ISO on a merchant basis, providing both local and system resource adequacy. However, the project owner is pursuing planned permanent closure of the facility based on economic considerations, including the cost of maintenance and the evolving energy market needs in California. The project owner has decided to cease commercial operation of the project effective December 31st, 2019. General Compliance Condition COM 12 of the final commission decision for Inland Empire requires the Energy Commission to approve the closure plan. Per the condition, the closure plan is required to identify and discuss potential mitigation measures to address significant adverse impacts associated with closure, a discussion of project remnants to remain on site, and conformance of the plan with applicable laws, ordinances, regulations, and standards, which staff commonly refer to as LORs. Closure of the project would include the termination of power generation activities, transferring the facility to a safe, non-operational state, and the eventual demolition and removal of facilities, associated structures, and linears. The project owner anticipates that closure would take approximately 12 months. Staff and the CEC's delegate chief building official will oversee closure activities to ensure that the closure of Inland Empire is conducted in accordance with the conditions of certification, the provisions in the revised closure plan, and applicable laws. Upon completion of the decommissioning and demolition activities, the project owner will submit a request to terminate the license, and staff will present the request at a future business meeting. The closure plan identifies certain project facilities and structures to remain to facilitate reuse of the site, which may include a battery energy storage system. Any reuse of the site would not occur until after demolition is complete and the CEC relinquishes its jurisdiction on the site. The battery system will be subject to review and permitting by the City of Menifee and other applicable agencies. Based on staff's analysis, staff concludes that the decommissioning and demolition activities proposed in the revised closure plan would not have a significant effect on the environment or an environmental justice population, and that closure would be consistent with applicable laws as required by General Compliance Condition COM 12. If you have any questions, staff is available. Thank you.
Okay, let's hear from the applicant.
Good afternoon. Michael Carroll with Latham & Watkins on behalf of Inland Empire Energy Center, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of GE. Inland is pleased to be moving forward to repurpose this site and certain of the infrastructure to replace what's become an uneconomic gas-fired plant with a state-of-the-art battery energy storage facility. One of the units at the facility has been in cold layup for approximately 2 years. And as Jonathan indicated, the plan is to cease operation of the second unit at the facility effective December 31st of this year, and assuming approval of the plan today, then to immediately proceed with the decommissioning and the demolition of the facility and making the site ready for the battery energy storage facility and turning it over to that developer no later than December 31st of next year. So we're very anxious to move forward with this project. I'd like to thank Jonathan and Keith and other members of the staff who were very prompt in reviewing earlier drafts of this plan and provided constructive input that led to the plan that's before you today. And I'd also like to thank Mary Dias, who shepherded the DCBO contract, which you approved on your consent calendar today. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Douglas?
I don't have questions. I just wanted to thank staff for their thorough work and thank the applicant. I think that we should definitely move forward on this, and obviously the repurposing of this site as a battery storage facility will provide significant benefits, and so I'll move approval of this item.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
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 That motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Let's move on to item
Thank you.
6, 2019 California Energy Efficiency Action Plan.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. I am Michael Kenny from the Existing Buildings Office in the Efficiency Division. Today I'm here to present the 2019 California, the 2019 California Energy Efficiency Action Plan for adoption. This combined update of prior energy efficiency reports reflects a renewed promise and commitment to efficiency, both as a traditional common sense energy management strategy and as a dynamic grid resource. Building upon mandates introduced by Assembly Bill 758 in 2009 and Senate Bill 350 in 2015, this plan is focused on advancing energy efficiency in residential, commercial, and public buildings, as well as within the industrial and agricultural sectors. It looks at the opportunities, barriers, market needs, and the next steps required to transform energy efficiency in California. It also summarizes the activity across private, local, state, and federal entities. It tracks and updates energy efficiency savings estimates and recommendations to achieve greater savings and to remove barriers to energy efficiency in low-income and disadvantaged communities. It also lays out new recommendations in pursuit of these ends and to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from buildings. Development of the action plan began with an outline in early 2018. Through the second half of 2018 into 2019, staff drafted early material for the plan and gathered new information. In April and May this year, staff held 5 workshops around California to gather more information directly from stakeholders. These workshops featured panels and presentations from local governments, affordable housing groups, program implementers, utilities, state agencies, air districts, and more. Following this, staff worked with several state agencies on the draft action plan. The draft of the action plan was posted for review and presented at the Integrated Energy Policy Report workshop on energy efficiency and building decarbonization in August of this year. Stakeholders provided input following the release of the draft and in addition to following workshops. Taking the feedback for the draft action plan, staff revised it into the version before you now for adoption. One major component of the action plan is to report and track the energy efficiency savings targets introduced by Senate Bill 350. The energy efficiency savings projected in the action plan are updates of estimates done in 2017. SB 350 directed the Energy Commission to set annual energy efficiency targets that achieve a cumulative doubling by 2030. The figures shown here represent cumulative electricity, natural gas, and combined energy efficiency savings from 2015 to 2030. Savings are separated into sectors. The primary drivers of savings are utility programs, building codes, and appliance standards. Our updated estimates indicate that California is falling short of the 2030 savings goal. This is due to a variety of factors covered in the action plan. In order to achieve more savings, it is necessary to increase standards compliance, energy efficiency program participation, equipment turnover, and the financing options available in programs. The action plan, go to the next slide. There we go. The action plan puts forth several recommendations to increase energy efficiency savings, to remove barriers to energy efficiency in low-income and disadvantaged communities, and to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from buildings. Importantly, all recommendations should be viewed and implemented through an equity and environmental justice lens. Individuals and organizations in the impacted communities should be sought out for collaboration and implementation. The recommendations in the action plan include creating a single resource outside the ratepayer portfolio that can offer funding for energy efficiency, as well as other clean energy options like rooftop solar, electric vehicles, and energy storage. There is a need for a comprehensive program that removes silos between clean energy solutions, supports grid interactive buildings, and helps customers across sectors understand the numerous benefits to energy efficiency and clean energy. California can also support efficiency programs, improve program targeting, and more accurately measure impacts by leveraging the smart meter infrastructure and other big data systems. There is a need to develop hourly energy efficiency savings profiles, common open source data tools, and continuing to improve projections and assessments of energy efficiency impacts and potential. California has unique tools at its disposal to implement new program designs and to procure resources that emit fewer greenhouse gas emissions. Through the integrated resource planning process, the state is increasing clean energy procurement. Energy efficiency and demand flexibility should be available for procurement, but are not currently pursued in this process. Additionally, California should look to initiate and expand program designs like on-bill financing and pay-for-performance to generate more energy efficiency opportunities. It is also clear from the assumptions in our savings projections that closing the gap or even achieving current estimates are not possible if compliance with the energy codes do not improve. To support this, California should continue to train and develop a strong energy efficiency workforce and educate the public on the benefits of quality installation. We also find that California should establish markets for flexible demand technologies. This work is in its initial phases, but will be essential to creating grid interactive resilient buildings. And perhaps most crucially, California should set up a clear statewide decarbonization policy and assess the pathways towards that end. Implementing these recommendations will take time, require careful coordination and collaboration between state agencies, utilities, local governments, and numerous other stakeholders. It will require an increase in financing options and strong policy backing. Should the Commission adopt the action plan, staff will begin coordinating with the stakeholders involved throughout the process. Staff will also be reaching out to the Disadvantaged Community Advisory Group for input on next steps in early 2020. After a comprehensive process involving public input and collaboration, staff asks that you adopt the resolution approving the 2019 California Energy Efficiency Action Plan. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Any questions from commissioners? We'll do public comment. Did you have a question? No. But before we do, let me just read a statement from Commissioner McAllister, who's in Spain for the Climate Summit. The 2019 California Energy Efficiency Action Plan marks the next phase in California's efforts to reduce energy consumption and associated greenhouse gas emissions across all sectors of the state. This report updates the California Energy Commission's previous 2015 Existing Buildings Energy Efficiency Action Plan. The new action plan includes the industrial and agricultural sectors and sets the stage for the development of the building decarbonization plan assigned to the CEC by AB 3232. It also updates economy-wide SB 350 energy efficiency doubling targets and provides recommendations for bridging the gap between expected savings and that doubling. Thanks to Michael Kenny and to our division staff and stakeholders for their dedication, collective engagement, and great ideas. As we look towards full decarbonization of our economy, efficiency will reduce the footprint of gas end uses and will enable the electricity grid to integrate new loads from transportation and buildings. Yet it is no longer sufficient to view and utilize energy efficiency as a static resource. The clean energy transition requires energy systems in buildings and industrial processes alike to be both highly efficient and flexible. Buildings must be able to communicate and interact with the grid to minimize its cost drivers and carbon content. The 2019 California Energy Efficiency Action Plan reinforces California's deep, ongoing commitment to efficiency as both a common sense energy management strategy and an active dynamic grid resource. The plan recommends additional funding, improved use of data and visualization tools, expanded program coverage, and renewed focus on educational outreach and workforce development. Energy efficiency is a bedrock resource for decarbonization, and California's implementation toolkit is unrivaled. The action plan provides a guiding vision for realizing efficiency's full potential into the next decade and beyond. With that, let's go to public comment. We do have Dana Waters from the California Air Resources Board, to be followed by George Tagnipis from the PUC.
Good afternoon, Chair Hochschild and Commissioners. I'm Dana Papke-Waters with the California Air Resources Board in support of the action plan. First off, I'd like to thank Energy Commission staff for coordinating with us on the development of the plan. And there are several key points from the action plan that we agree with, and I just want to reiterate. First of all, as Michael mentioned, California is going to fall short of meeting our 2030 goal to double energy efficiency targets unless additional action is taken. And second, we support the action plan recommendation for a new paradigm to target energy efficiency savings and demand flexibility during hours of the day when greenhouse gas emissions are highest. Third, we agree with the action plan conclusion that disadvantaged communities, low-income households, and rural areas need more assistance than they're receiving. We look forward to continuing collaborative efforts to remove some of those financing barriers and implement clean energy solutions to benefit those most vulnerable populations in the state. Fourth, we support the action plan point that along with clean energy supply and high energy efficiency, building electrification is the most viable and least cost path for zero emission buildings. However, demand flexible technologies and strategies that encourage the use of climate-friendly refrigerants are also key to reducing emissions in homes and businesses. Finally, we agree with the action plan conclusion that building decarbonization is going to help to fill that gap in the projected energy savings and the doubling of the energy efficiency target. And in closing, we recommend that the Energy Commission approve the action plan as our comprehensive roadmap for energy efficiency and a low carbon future for buildings. And we look forward to working closely with Energy Commission staff on plans, policies, and pathways forward as we reduce emissions from buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to you and your colleagues for all the great collaboration between our agencies. Let's move on to George Tagnipis from the PUC. I hope I'm pronouncing your last name correctly.
Hello, Chair and Commissioners. My name is George Tagnipis, so you got it right. With the California Public Utilities Commission, I'm a supervisor in the Energy Efficiency Branch. I came here in person just to thank everyone in this Energy Commission for their leadership in leading this plan together, but really also to thank the staff at both agencies. This truly was a collaborative effort over longer than a year with all the workshops we put together, a lot of the emails we exchanged, the data we've shared. There's a lot of decisions that came out at the Commission, the CPUC last year. This document reflects that. And I also want to voice that we need to continue to do this collaboration and coordination in order to meet California's ambitious goals. And with that, I want to voice support for the Energy Efficiency Action Plan.
Great, thank you. Any further questions or discussion from the commissioners? Otherwise, is there a motion to approve this resolution?
Move approval of item 6.
Thanks. Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor say aye.
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 Hold that vote. I have a card in.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, Mr. Euler. Yes, you do.
Yes.
let's go to our final public. That's my mistake.
Sorry about that.
That,
but
no, you're right. That's my
the
mistake.
state tells me to do that.
No, that's
so
my
I
mistake.
don't miss
You're
my turn.
absolutely right. No, you're absolutely right. Go ahead,
Okay.
Mr. Euler. Sorry.
My name's Steve Euler. In all of this work, I'd like you to pay attention to the previous work, such as things like the appliance efficiency database. Oddly enough, it's come to my attention that people are selling products in Sacramento I can't find in the appliance efficiency database. And when I inquire to the group, they don't come back and tell me that it is in the appliance efficiency database. They refer me to AHRI for a directory, and that directory is not compliant with 606 of your Title 20. So something seemed to be falling apart in the ability for the public to know. And it's particularly encumbered because last month you've decided that variable capacity heat pumps are not accurately represented as to efficiency by the SCER. So all of this data and everything you're handling, as well as a power content label that wishes to ignore that the grid is governed by Ohm's law and Watt's law, and there are losses. This is confusing. It's very confusing to have the notion that if you can have a power content label that ignores the losses in the grid, how can any of this, is this considering these losses in the grid? Because I believe there's a large amount of them. And also, if you go through some of the stuff that I put on the power content label, I'm looking at EIA data that shows that in some cases, power is going into one balancing authority and coming out of that same balancing authority. Are we adding switching losses and so on and so forth? So I would appreciate you fixing the appliance efficiency database thing and see that I get an answer before I'll believe that any of this stuff matters on anything, particularly the data processing side of it. So please consider that and direct staff to answer my questions about the item in the appliance efficiency database. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's try that vote one more time. Was there a motion?
I will move approval of item 6.
Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor. Item 6 passes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yeah, item 6 passes unanimously for the second time. And let's move on to item 7, determination of consistency of integrated resource plans with SB 350.
Good afternoon, Chair Hochschild and Commissioners. My name is Paul Deaver. I'm the Program Manager for Publicly Owned Utility Integrated Resource Plans, or POU IRPs. Today I will present reviews of 5 POU IRPs and propose adopting the Executive Director determination, finding each IRP consistent with Senate Bill 350 requirements, specifically Section 9621 of the Public Utilities Code, or SB 350. The POUs are Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, or LADWP, the City of Palo Alto, or Palo Alto, Sacramento Municipal Utility District, or SMUD, Silicon Valley Power, or SVP, and Turlock Irrigation District, or just Turlock. First, I'm going to provide an overview of POU IRP requirements under SB 350. The 16 largest POUs must adopt an IRP by January 1st of 2019 and submit it to the Energy Commission. The Energy Commission reviews the IRPs and determines if they are consistent with requirements of SB 350. For reviewing the IRPs, staff looks at the POU adopted IRP, the 4 IRP reporting tables, and any supporting information that staff needs to help in the review. Status update on the POU IRPs. All 16 POUs have submitted their IRPs to the Energy Commission thus far. 10 Executive Director determinations have been adopted. 5 IRPs will be presented today, and 1 is scheduled for early in 2020. Before moving on, I want to recognize the staff leads for their efforts in reviewing the IRPs that I'm presenting today. Brian Neff, David Vitiver, John Mathias, Melissa Jones, and Robert Kennedy. In their IRPs, POUs must plan to meet the 2030 California Air Resources Board established GHG or greenhouse gas reduction targets. POUs must also ensure procurement of at least 50% renewable energy by 2030. SB 100 went into effect January 1st of 2019 after the POUs adopted their IRPs. Thus, the Energy Commission will review for a 50% RPS by 2030. And although we are reviewing the IRPs for a 50% RPS, half of the POUs plan for at least a 60% RPS by 2030. Along with the GHG reduction and renewable energy procurement targets, staff reviewed the IRPs to ensure the POUs adequately addressed preferred resources, including energy efficiency and demand response, energy storage, transportation electrification efforts, and reliability. The next few slides are going to provide an overview of the 5 POUs today and their IRPs. First is LADWP. They are the largest POU in California, and they operate the second largest balancing authority in California as well. They serve mostly residential customers. LADWP plans to fall under CARB's GHG reduction range. They plan to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions to roughly 3,600,000 metric tons by 2030. By 2025, LA plans to stop receiving coal from the Intermountain Power coal plant. They plan to replace those resources with natural gas, renewable energy, and energy efficiency resources. The utility is planning for a 55% RPS by 2030 and a 65% RPS by 2036. They plan to procure additional solar resources and generic RPS resources to meet that target. An example of LADWP addressing preferred resources, they discuss their plans to promote electric vehicle adoption and provide rebates to customers. They also provide rebates to residential customers for purchasing used electric vehicles, as well as they also are studying medium and heavy duty electric vehicles in their plans. Palo Alto is the 15th largest POU in California, and although most of their customers are residential, almost 70% of their energy needs come from their commercial customers. Palo Alto plans to fall below the low end of CARB's GHG reduction targets each year in the planning horizon. The utilities' GHGs come primarily from their one small natural gas plant and from spot market purchases. And by 2030, they project that their greenhouse gas emissions will be around 3,000 metric tons. Palo Alto plans for a 51% RPS by 2030. They plan to procure additional solar resources starting in the early 2020s. And by 2030, solar makes up roughly 90% of Palo Alto's renewable resource mix. SMUD is the second largest POU in California. They also operate a balancing authority, and they serve primarily residential customers. SMUD plans to fall under CARB's GHG reduction targets. They plan to reduce their natural gas use and procure additional renewable energy. And by 2030, they plan to have their greenhouse gas emissions down to about 1,300,000 metric tons. SMUD is planning for a 60% RPS by 2030. They plan to procure additional wind and solar resources, and their other currently existing RPS resources remain relatively flat over the planning period. One example of SMUD addressing preferred resources in their plan, in discussing their light-duty electric vehicle adoption and programs such as rebates for customers. They are also participating in research for both medium and heavy-duty electric vehicles. Silicon Valley Power, or SVP, they are the 4th largest POU in California, and although most of their customers are residential, most of their retail sales needs come from its industrial and commercial customers, and half of those retail sales from industrial and commercial customers are data centers. SVP plans to fall under CARB's GHG reduction targets. Similarly, they plan to reduce their natural gas use and spot market purchases and procure additional renewable energy. And by 2030, they plan to reduce their GHG emissions down to roughly 330,000 metric tons. They do plan for a 60% RPS by 2030. They plan to procure both wind and solar resources in the early 2020s. And by 2030, wind makes up the majority of SVP's renewable resource mix. It's almost half. They found that wind is a better match for their load profile, and also solar in 2030 makes up less than 20% of the renewable resource mix. Turlock Irrigation District, or Turlock, is the 8th largest POU in California. They also operate a balancing authority. Although most of their customers are residential, half of their energy needs come from industrial loads. This includes agricultural and water pumping loads. Turlock also plans to fall under CARB's GHG reduction targets. Similar to other utilities, they plan to reduce their natural gas use and procure additional renewable energy. And by 2030, they plan to have their GHG emissions at just above 300,000 metric tons. Turlock also plans for 60% RPS by 2030, and they plan to add solar resources both in 2024 and 2029. One example of how Turlock addressed preferred resources in their plan, in their discussion of energy storage resources, along with using those to help integrate renewable energy, they also plan to use energy storage resources to optimize and reduce the need for their thermal generation. They're also considering pairing storage with solar resources in the future. Staff reviewed the IRPs for the 2030 greenhouse gas emission reduction targets and renewable energy procurement targets, along with the other SB 350 requirements to address preferred and clean resources. Based on staff's review, we find that the publicly owned utility integrated resource plans meet the requirements of Senate Bill 350. We have representatives from the POUs participating today. For LADWP and SMUD, we have representatives in person. For Silicon Valley Power, Turlock, and Palo Alto, we have representatives participating by WebEx. Today I'm requesting the Energy Commission adopt the Executive Director determination finding each of the following integrated resource plans consistent with the requirements of Senate Bill 350. Specifically, the utilities are LADWP, the City of Palo Alto, SMUD, Silicon Valley Power, and Turlock Irrigation District. I'm open to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. We do have 4 public comments on this item, and I think we should move to those at this time. So let's begin with Willie Menvel, if I'm saying that right, from the Turlock Irrigation District. Oh, pardon me. That's on phone. Let's do the one. We have one in person. I guess these 3 are by phone. Is that correct? Yes. Let's do the one here first. Steve Euler.
Thank you, Commission. I'm Steve Euler.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would also like you to pay attention to whether this is compliant with SB 100 and resource shuffling. I don't know if you can see this, but this is Turlock Irrigation District. There's kind of a symmetrical pattern. It shows them bringing power in from CalISO and sending it to Bank. You should also know that Bank has no wind. So when, in knowing that they're going to meet these goals, are they still resource shuffling and claiming that they have wind power in the case of SMUD that only has a very small amount of solar? This is based on EIA data. So you really need to consider this situation. You'll find a theme in here. I want to know exactly what I'm getting and when I'm getting it and why I'm getting it. Yeah, in your power content label, you're allowing people to throw out the greenhouse gases for fossil fuels. These kind of plans apparently bank on that notion, pardon the expression, bank, but that you can hide greenhouse gases from customers. This chart I have here, I have some folks interested who have bought Teslas who believe that they are zero emission. They were surprised to find out we don't have really any renewables in this county. So you need to consider that in these plans. that the actual data that the EIA holds says there is no wind in Sacramento County. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to make a comment on item 7? If not, let's go to the phones.
Excuse me,
sorry.
Chairman. We're having some technical difficulties with the phones at the moment. Is it possible to take a 5-minute break while we're working with IT?
Here's what I would suggest. We've been meeting for almost 3 hours. We do need to do a lunch break. So if we have to break anyway for technical reasons, I suggest we just take the lunch break and then reconvene at 1:30. Is that all right? And we'll finish this item and take those comments and then move on to item 8. Is that all right with everybody? Yeah, okay. See everyone back at 1:30.
mean, I understand. That's fine. Yeah. If you're a small I'll open my door to you, to be honest. I'm not worried about it. I want to see it for everyone. Right. Advocate for this road individually. And around two people have so when the frustration about the acceptance test first got vocalized by many, I said, wait a minute. I said, let's hear the outcome of the frustration. Let's see how many tens of thousands that are on the control system. Right. That they then disconnect. Right. What's the more wasteful money? The additional $3,000 we were spending to get a test the system that no longer which is something that I still don't they're not big enough for me. Yeah, we're a brick. We're the window brick.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Let's take our seats. And is the phone on now? Okay, we were in the middle of item 7. Yeah. Okay, we were in the middle of item 7, and we're about to take public comment. I do have one public comment for item 7 in the room, which is Steve Euler. Is he here? Yeah. And then we'll go to the phones. We have one public comment on the phones, which is Lena Perkins from the city of Palo Alto. And go ahead, Mr. Euler.
Hi, I'm Steve Euler. Hope I haven't forgot everything. Yeah, we were talking about SB 350, and I believe I've already made this comment that, are you considering SB 100? Yeah, that's why I'm feeling confused. I've already made my comment.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to Lena Perkins, City of Palo Alto. Are you on the line? Okay. If not, is there anyone else on the line for item 7? Going once? Going twice? Okay, gone. Any commissioner comments on item 7 or questions for staff? No? Okay. If not, is there a motion to adopt the CEC determination as described in item 7?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. Let's move on to item 8, local ordinances exceeding the 2019 energy codes.
Do you want to sit over here?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Gabriel Taylor. I'm the lead staff for local building energy efficiency standards within the Building Standards Office here at the California Energy Commission. I'm joined by Jacqueline Moore from the Chief Counsel's Office. And also I'm joined by Danuta Drozdovitz, a new staff member in our office focused on local building standards as well. She has extensive experience in building energy efficiency in both government and private sector, and we're excited to have her join our team. This item is the possible approval of 6 separate local REACH codes for 6 separate local jurisdictions. Those jurisdictions are the cities of Menlo Park, San Jose, San Mateo, Santa Monica, and West Hollywood, and the county of Marin. Local building energy codes that reach beyond the statewide minimum energy code are generally referred to as REACH codes. Local governments in California have long had broad authority to adopt standards of all kinds within their jurisdiction, including building standards. When the California legislature created the Energy Commission, it authorized and required us to develop statewide minimum energy efficiency standards for the design and construction of buildings, known as the Energy Code. At the same time, the legislature required that if adopted, new local building energy codes must save more energy than the statewide minimum code, and that local jurisdictions must consider the cost effectiveness of any new requirements. This year is unusual in that many of these local reach codes emphasize or require building electrification in order to achieve decarbonization goals outlined in local climate action plans. Many other local jurisdictions are working on similar reach codes, and staff expects these 6 are the first of many that will come before you over the next few months. Energy Commission staff has analyzed each of these locally adopted reach codes and determined they will result in a diminution of energy consistent with law. Staff has further confirmed that each application package contained all the required documentation. Each of these 6 reach codes appeared on the Energy Commission's website for a 60-day public review, and 3 comments were submitted to the record during the comment period. Staff reviewed each of these comments. 1 comment was in support. 1 comment asked about the compliance process once these local reach codes are approved for enforcement. And 1 comment addressed 4 of the 6 jurisdictions objecting to the local policy treating propane and methane similarly. In addition, beginning yesterday afternoon, a number of comments were submitted to the docket. These comments are outside the public comment period, but staff nevertheless reviewed them anyway. I should note that in addition, a number of additional comments on the same group have come in this morning as well. Some of these comments were supportive, but many are in opposition. None of these comments address the issue that you are being presented on to vote on today, however. Finally, each of these reach codes have passed through a lengthy public process at the local level and have been adopted by a public vote of the jurisdiction's elected representatives. All received strong public support during local development. For example, in one case, local staff reported a standing ovation after a unanimous city council vote. Staff recommends your approval of these 6 local reach codes and the associated resolutions, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Just to clarify again, Gabe, just make crystal clear what the threshold for Energy Commission approval of the reach codes is, just for the benefit of the public and stakeholders.
So the section of the Public Resources Code that we are focused on is 25402.1H2, which requires that the Energy Commission confirm a diminution of energy for a local reach code. In effect, this requires the Energy Commission to confirm that a local reach code is saves more energy than the statewide minimum building code.
Okay, thank you. With that, let's move on to public comment for item 8. Let's begin with Lauren Cullum from the Sierra Club, to be followed by Jessica Melton from PG&E.
Hello again. Lauren Cullum on behalf of Sierra Club California. We are in strong support of the Energy Commission approving these reach codes. Most, if not all, of the reach codes before the Energy Commission today were unanimously approved by City Council meetings and broadly supported by community members. These reach codes are the result of statewide cost-effectiveness analysis by the IOU Codes and Standards team and extensive stakeholder engagement. Importantly, these reach codes are not just a key measure to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, but are also critical to make housing more affordable, to lower the cost of new construction, to reduce indoor and outdoor air pollution and associated health and economic impacts, and to make our communities safer and more resilient. So on behalf of our 500,000 members and supporters across the state, as well as partner groups, we urge the Energy Commission to approve these reach codes and to also consider more bold action to make the Title 24 Building Energy Efficiency Standards, the 2022 code cycle, explicitly focused on clean energy, all electric new construction. According to the Energy Commission's own reports in the IPER and E3's Future of Gas report, this is directly needed to achieve the state's climate goals at least cost. E3 finds that the cost to achieve greenhouse gas reduction goals increases dramatically if we continue to expand the gas system with new construction. Please consider electrification as not just a climate, but an affordability solution in the 2022 code update. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to Jessica Melton from PG&E, to be followed by Steve Euler.
Hi there, again, Jessica Melton, PG&E. PG&E strongly supports the California's climate and clean air goals. We recognize that part of achieving these goals involves increasing the use of energy-efficient electric appliances in buildings when cost-effective. PG&E welcomes the opportunity to avoid investments in new gas assets that might later prove underutilized as local governments and the state work together to realize long-term decarbonization objectives. With all this in mind, PG&E supports local government policies that promote all-electric new construction when cost-effective. Beyond new construction, PG&E believes a multifaceted approach is needed to cost-effectively achieve California's broader economy-wide long-term GHG reduction objectives. This includes transportation and building electrification, as well as decarbonizing the gas system with renewable natural gas and hydrogen. Thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments.
Thank you. Let's move on to Steve Euler, to be followed by Ben Granholm.
My name is Steve Euler. One of the points would be this is under 25402.1. I believe the vice chair at the last meeting requested possibly that the chief counsel would explain the exemption to the APA on that. So that's one point that I'd like to bring up. The other thing is as these folks are trying to decide what to do here, do they have a clear understanding that when you go all electric, and if SB 100 says no resource shuffling, that they can be increasing the amount of greenhouse gases due to the efficiencies of generating electricity from gas-fired power plants that will often be responding to things like cooking, because there's no solar at that time often, like right now. So there's the ability to ramp is coming out of there. And also whether or not some folks may claim they're doing hydro, but they're actually exporting that hydro because they are taking those carbon-free credits for something else. In other words, we want to make sure that these folks understand that they may have been told that their electricity is green, but it actually isn't. So I want to pay attention to that. But in particular, being that I haven't gotten an email from your chief counsel, I have from the public advisor, of which I pointed out the means for exemption from the APA and gave examples, and it should actually show up in 25402.1, the exemption. So I would like to have clarification on this. Should you actually be having this proceeding outside of the APA? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to Ben Granholm, to be followed by Sarah Wiltfong. I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Ben Granholm with the Western Propane Gas Association. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. And I'd just like to mention that WPGA supports decarbonization efforts. However, we do believe that a number of the REACH codes before you for consideration today are misguided. Over the past couple months, we've seen millions of Americans left in the dark and cold due to public safety power shutoffs. These occurrences, which are expected to continue for at least the next 10 years, are a prime example as to why relying on a single power source is unacceptably risky, and they accentuates the need for both energy diversity and resiliency, which are two things that residents, particularly in low-income and disadvantaged communities, will not receive by relying specifically on electric. We've heard from countless individuals who were able to power their homes, stay warm, and ensure that life-sustaining equipment was not turned off during these shutoffs because their homes were also plumbed with propane. The simple truth is that only a minor portion of electricity is and will be generated by renewable fuels for many years to come, and it will be delivered by an electric system that's in a state of turmoil, whereas propane can provide a clean, uninterrupted energy at a cheaper rate than electricity. The propane industry is proud of the role that we play in providing an affordable, clean energy for these low-income communities, as well as a vital backup power for solar-powered homes when battery power is low. Disincentivizing propane as a complementary power to solar has an unintended consequence to make solar homes more expensive and less reliable when power generation is not at peak levels. We would also look forward to meeting with you and staff to review the cost-effectiveness study that's used by many of these cities across the state. The data in the study that we have seen thus far does not appear to calculate the true costs of plumbing a home with propane, as there is no substantial cost differential between building with propane in comparison to building electric, especially once you factor in the cost of the energy. When looking towards the future, our industry is investing heavily in renewable propane, which is derived from renewable sources like beef tallow or vegetable oil. We hope that regulators will take a more holistic view of the complementary role that propane plays alongside decarbonization efforts, including solar, wind, and other renewable fuels. We believe that clean energy solutions should not have to compete against one another when they can so often complement each other, such as propane and solar. In 1974, the Warren-Alquist Act created the CEC and charged it with a responsibility to encourage, quote, the balanced use of all sources of energy to meet the state's needs and to seek to avoid possible undesirable consequences of reliance on a single source of energy, end quote. The proposals before you today fail on two accounts: one, balanced energy use, and two, avoidance of undesirable consequences. We appreciate your work and hope that we can be a valuable contributor as we continue to reduce greenhouse gas emissions through comprehensive clean energy solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to Sarah Wilfong, to be followed by Gary Passmore.
Public Advisor's Office will be reading Sarah's comments on her behalf. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sarah Wilfong. I'm here on behalf of the Los Angeles County Business Federation, also known as BizFed. We are an alliance of over 180 organizations who represent over 400,000 employers with 3.5 million employees in Los Angeles County. BizFed represents businesses from large to small in a wide variety of industries such as manufacturers, warehouses, refineries, transportation, construction, housing, entertainment, ports, terminal operators, restaurants, retailers, and more. As you're working to implement decarbonization policies, we would like to reiterate that sustainability is not just about the environment, it is about sustainability of jobs, sustainability of communities, and the sustainability of the economy. We are here because we know you are considering REACH code approvals, and we respectfully ask that you oppose them. Electricity, natural gas, and solar or wind are all vital to our state's continued economic and environmental successes. Eliminating renewable affordable natural gas, which is the intent of these proposals for citizens and businesses, would do very little to address climate emissions. It would, however, increase monthly utility bills, make our housing affordability crisis worse, and add additional burdens to businesses already struggling to survive. The intent of the CEC is to prevent over-reliance on one energy source. The adoption of the REACH codes will undermine this, prohibiting a balanced approach to energy policy, which is prohibiting a balanced approach to energy policy, which is why we ask you reconsider locally adopted REACH codes. Thank you for your consideration of our comments.
Thank you. Let's move on to Gary Passmore, to be followed by Jerry Desmond.
Good afternoon. I'm Gary Passmore, President and CEO of the Congress of California Seniors, but I'm speaking today on behalf of the Californians for Balanced Energy and Balanced Energy Solutions. And we are made up of the variety. I've got a letter that I've given to you just before the lunch break that is co-signed in effect by 18 different statewide organizations, including the California Association of Realtors, the California Business Property Association, California Small Business Alliance, the California Apartment Association, and the Union of Utility Workers of California. We come together with over 100, that is exactly 110 cities and counties in Southern California who seek balanced energy policies and consumer choice in energy services. And we are concerned about preventing over-reliance on any one energy source. I think someone cited the reference in the Warren-Alquist Act that specifically empowers and calls upon this commission to encourage a balanced use of energy sources to meet the state's needs, and that we strongly support that point of view. We believe that the REACH codes under consideration today undermine statewide building codes and appliance standards, which you were empowered to adopt and enforce. and further that it will prohibit a balanced approach to energy and undermine your function to prevent an over-reliance on one energy source. So we are here today to ask you to pause in considering these codes, these REACH codes, and specifically to further address the issue of reliability and consumer impact, the consumer costs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's move on to Jerry Desmond, to be followed by Rebecca Lucky.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jerry Desmond, and I'm here today on behalf of Plumbing Manufacturers International, or PMI, an international U.S.-based trade association representing manufacturers that provide approximately 90% of the plumbing products sold in California and throughout our country. And we'd like to comment specifically on item 8E, the West Hollywood Ordinance, please. I should begin by noting that PMI was actively engaged in 2015 directly with the Commission under the leadership of Commissioner McAllister as we addressed with the Commission the Governor's executive order to address the drought. That process that was led by the Commissioner resulted in amendments to Title 20 appliance efficiency regulations that lowered the maximum flow rates for plumbing products and fixtures. The flow rates established in the 2015 process were precedent-setting and included timeframes for manufacturers to ramp up our research and development efforts and the manufacturing processes. That effort to develop, manufacture, and offer products in the marketplace in compliance with those standards is recent, and it's ongoing in a competitive market. Now, the City of West Hollywood Ordinance sets forth new maximum flow rates that are significantly lower than these Title 20 appliance efficiency standards. The lower flow rates apply to 3 products: water closets, shower heads, and kitchen faucets. And we have 3 concerns with these standards. First and foremost, the significant issue is the impact of the flow rates on public health and safety. There are new studies that have come out since we worked together in 2015 that call into question the impact of flow rates on public health. An example is the 2019 study of the Committee of the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine, recommending that low-flow fixtures not be used in hospitals or long-term care facilities with the rationale that they have an impact on restricting disinfectant levels, including the disinfection provided by elevated water temperatures, and as such present a greater risk for Legionella development in the plumbing systems that feed them. In addition, there are 2 US EPA studies that are being conducted right now to determine the impact of water conservation on public health. One is with Drexel University, and the second is with Purdue, Michigan State, and San Jose. The hypothesis of the project is the recent use of low-flow plumbing fixtures, such as faucets, toilets, and shower heads, has resulted in waterborne disease outbreaks and other water quality problems in building premise plumbing systems. There's a third study that we'll put into the record there and mention the second key concern of PMI is the low flow rates impact on infrastructure, the potential negative impact, citing a joint study in 2017 that said that with declining water system flows, there's a potential impact on disinfection, coliform bacteria, chlorine residual, and lead and copper action levels. The third concern of PMI is that the ordinance is the lack of product availability on the market to actually provide the market. So taken together, public health and safety, impact on infrastructure, and availability of product, we think adds up to an economic issue that should be considered by the Commission here as you consider the ordinance. And with that, we thank you for the opportunity to provide our comments.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else in the room wishing to make a comment? Let's move to the phones. Let's go to Rebecca Lucky.
Commissioners, Rebecca Lucky is the Sustainability Manager for the City of Menlo Park. She was one of the lead staff for the development of Menlo Park's ordinance. That is under consideration here.
Thank you.
Hi.
Yeah, we can
Thank
hear
you
you.
for this.
Go ahead.
Oh, great. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of our electrification REACH code and considering our application. Mayor Mueller expressed at a recent State of the City that adopting this code is one of his proudest accomplishments this year, and we had the standing ovation Mr. Taylor referred to. Locally, we are experiencing an increase in development like we have never seen before to address housing, and we're also home to Facebook, who's considering expansion that could create an entirely new neighborhood. These developments are occurring near the Bay. This was a motivating and key factor in developing a REACH code that would ensure that these new buildings do not become a further contributor to the climate impacts that they would directly experience through sea level rise. In addition, over 95% of Menlo Park residents and businesses are customers of Peninsula Clean Energy, a CCA that provides 90% greenhouse gas-free electricity at a rate less than PG&E, and they're anticipated to be greenhouse gas-free by 2020. This means that if the CEC approves this electrification REACH code for Menlo Park, every new building built in this code cycle will be greenhouse gas-free. There are many advantages to electrification. Many of us grew up hearing that natural gas was superior to electricity because it was more efficient. While this used to be true, 3 modern electric appliances, such as a heat pump, water heater, and space heaters and induction cooktops, now offer enhanced efficiency and performance. These products have been on the market for years, and while there has been information available and significant incentives offered to property owners, it hasn't been successful in becoming mainstream. This code offers what I would call a soft opening, because by focusing only on new buildings, it starts to motivate property owners and the development industry to actively educate themselves on this technology. And what it has to offer is just as, if not more superior. I will say the dialogue hasn't been easy with our major developers, but they have been able to see a way through and are willing to take on this leadership role with us. I'd also like to point out that PG&E provided support on our REACH code efforts. Electrification also significantly saves on construction costs by avoiding the installation of gas piping. On the operational side, it is still difficult to determine whether an all-electric building will cost more or less to operate because the relative cost of energy always fluctuates over time. However, the gains in energy efficiency made on electric heating appliances, as well as the opportunity for property owners to own their own solar systems, energy systems, and store energy can offset or reduce costs. And some may still question whether having an all-electric house makes one more inconvenienced by power outages. While this is partly true, the dynamic is largely mitigated by the fact that modern gas appliances still rely on electricity for control and ignition systems, so they too are also unavailable during a power outage. Lastly, I would like to take this opportunity to thank CEC staff for their guidance and responsiveness as we navigated through Menlo Park's REACH code efforts to require electrification for new buildings. Both Mr. Taylor and Mr. Strait have helped clarify information many times, and I don't think I ever had to leave a voicemail. I know they were also talking through the issues with some of our stakeholders. I'm truly grateful you've been able to retain such great talent and also find new talent. It shows leadership in the form of being a good listener and a collaborator. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on the phone wishing to make a comment at this time or in the room? Okay, let's move to commissioner discussion. Commissioner McAllister is not here in the country today, but I do have a few thoughts to share, but let me just open up. Are there other comments, questions, or?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
I did have a question, Gabe, for you and the team on PMI's comments about 8E, the flow rates at the city of West Hollywood. Are you able to address that?
The authority that the Energy Commission has when reviewing these standards is focused on the energy savings. The determination, the policy questions at the local jurisdictions regarding the health and safety that the commenter mentioned would have been addressed as a policy issue at the local level. Under our review, we determined that these do affirmatively result in a diminution of energy consumption based on the energy-water connection, and that there was the standards were adopted according to all legal requirements.
Any other comments? Yeah, so I would just add that what we're voting on today is very, very narrow. It's whether these cities' codes meet the test as laid out by Gabe Taylor, and I think it's abundantly clear that that is the case. But to the extent that folks have other ideas or preferred policies to promote decarbonization at the local level, the venue for that is really at the local level. And we're seeing enormous momentum now happening across the state as cities adopt these kind of REACH codes. I will say, just generally speaking, we want to see cities lead on decarbonization. The decarbonization of the building sector is absolutely essential, and new construction is a particularly ripe area for that, just because it's much easier to build a new facility with new codes than to do a retrofit, and that's true of any system, whether it's solar or any other measures that we're talking about today. But I really want to just thank and congratulate the cities who are engaging this, and there's many different iterations and approaches to decarbonization. And I just really want to encourage all the cities who've brought these proposals forward today, and as well as the dozens more that are coming, to continue to lead. We need to see vision and innovation in new construction, and in order to meet our decarbonization goals. This is a top priority, and it's not an easy nut to crack. This is a very complex, challenging space. I actually think, you go back to SB 350 and those goals of getting to 50% renewables and 50% reduction in petroleum and 50% increase in energy efficiency. In some ways, the efficiency piece, is the hardest, and the building sector, I think, is a tough one. So I just want to recognize this is not easy work. This piece of this, but I really want to congratulate all the cities for stepping up to show their leadership role. I had a call with Mayor Liccardo, the mayor of San Jose, a few days ago. I think they're the largest city in the state to have adopted a code like this. And I know they put a lot of work into it, but many more cities are coming in. And the Energy Commission as an agency stands ready to assist in terms of technical feedback we can give and help vet these policies, make sure that they meet our standards, so when they arrive here, they're in a condition to be passed. But with that, I'm satisfied that these cities have passed that test. Are there other comments? If not, I'd entertain a motion for item 8.
I move to approve item 8.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 That passes unanimously. Let's move on to item 9, Refrigeration Service Engineers Society 2019 Update Report.
Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, I'm Joe Lawyer, Senior Mechanical Engineer of the Efficiency Division. I'm here to present for your consideration the Refrigeration Services Engineer Society, or RSES, 2019 Update Report, which makes substantive and non-substantive amendments to its approved Acceptance Test Technician Certification Provider, or ATTCP, application. Staff posted its evaluation on November 27, 2019 for public comment. No comments were received. Based on the staff evaluation, the Executive Director found that the proposed amendments meet the requirements of the 2019 Energy Code and issued a recommendation for approval. Staff recommends the CEC approve the RSES 2019 Update Report application amendments. RSES representatives are available online today. Thank you for your consideration. I'm available to answer any questions.
I don't have any questions, but we do have one public comment from Parker Miller. From the Refrigeration Service Engineers Society. Going once, going twice. Okay. No public comment. Any other comments from commissioners or questions? Okay. Hearing none, I entertain a motion for the proposed resolution.
I move approval.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 That motion passes unanimously. Let's move on to item 10, National Lighting Contractors Association of America 2019 Update Report.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. My name is Veronica Olvera from the Standards Compliance Office in the Efficiency Division. I am here to present for your consideration the National Lighting Contractors Association of America 2019 Update Report, which makes substantive and non-substantive amendments to its approved Acceptance Test Technician Certification Provider application. Staff posted its evaluation on November 25th, 2019 for public comment. No comments have been received. Based on the staff evaluation, the Executive Director has found that NLCA's proposed amendments meet the 2019 Energy Code requirements and has issued a recommendation for approval. Staff recommends that the CEC approve NLCA's proposed 2019 Update Report application amendments. NLCA's Executive Director is available in person during today's meeting. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay, I see no public comment requests. Is there anyone in the room wishing to make a public comment on this item or on the phone? Okay. Commissioner discussion, any questions? Otherwise, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll move approval of item 10.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. That motion passes unanimously. Let's move on to item 11, Energy Conservation Assistance Act.
There we go. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Deborah Godfrey with the Local Assistance and Financing Office in the Efficiency Division. The highly successful ECA loan program has been around since 1979, offering zero or low interest loans totaling approximately $449 million to about 882 applicants and with no defaults. The program is well regarded and therefore frequently oversubscribed. In 2017, the ECA Ed, a zero-interest loan program exclusively for K-12 schools, was changed from a first-come, first-served to a competitive program. The loans proposed today are from our first competitive solicitation. The ECA Ed competitive program had 4 criteria: number of students, geographic region, students eligible for free or reduced price meals, and the estimated energy savings of the proposed projects. Today, 7 applications are proposed for funding. These loans range from approximately $45,000 to $2.75 million and will fund 6 exclusively solar PV projects and 1 project that combines HVAC, lighting, and solar. Together, these 7 projects will reduce grid energy consumption by an estimated 2 megawatts and energy costs by approximately $575,000 each year. The first, a proposed resolution for a loan to Eureka City Schools in Humboldt County for approximately $464,000 to install a 132 kWdc roof-mounted solar PV system at the corporation yard. The proposed project is estimated to save approximately $39,000 annually. Next, a proposed resolution for a loan to Southern Humboldt Unified School District in Miranda, California, Humboldt County, for approximately $1,048,000 for 5 roof-mounted solar PV systems at South Fork School, totaling about 280 kWdc and offsetting 100% of electric consumption. The project is estimated to save approximately $89,000 annually. Third, a proposed resolution for a loan to Cutton Elementary School District located in Eureka, California, Humboldt County, for approximately $182,000 for a 52 kWdc roof-mounted solar PV system at Ridgewood Elementary. The project will save the district an estimated $14,000 annually. Fourth, a proposed resolution for a loan to Classical Academy High School, a charter school located in Escondido, California, San Diego County, for approximately $585,000. The project is 2 roof and shade structure-mounted PV systems totaling 170 kWdc. It's estimated the project will save approximately $76,000 annually. Fifth, a proposed resolution for a loan to Matole Unified School District located in Petrolia, California, Humboldt County, for approximately $45,000. The proposed project is to install 2 roof-mounted solar PV systems at Honeydew Elementary and Matole Unified School District's library, totaling 12.8 kWdc, resulting in an estimated energy cost savings of $4,000 annually. Sixth, a proposed resolution for a loan to Palm Springs Unified School District in Riverside County for approximately $1.6 million. The proposed project is to install 2 solar PV carport systems, one at Rio Vista Elementary School and the second at Mount San Jacinto High School, totaling 495 kWdc and saving the district about $82,000 annually. Last, a proposed resolution for a loan to Parlier Unified School District located in Parlier, California, in Fresno County for approximately $2.75 million. The project includes the retrofit of interior and exterior lighting with LED, replacing 26 wall-mounted heat pumps with high-efficiency systems and installing an 898 kWDC ground-mounted solar PV system at 2 co-located schools, Burletic Elementary and Parlier High School. It's estimated this project will save the district approximately $271,000 annually. I request your approval of these 7 loans, which would also include adoption of staff's determination that each of these projects is exempt from CEQA. Thank you, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. I don't think we have any public comments on this item. I love this program.
Thank you.
I love this program. It's really one of the best things that we do, and it's a win for the environment, it's a win for schools, and it's a win for job creation and for innovation, and I'm pleased to support it. I'd entertain, unless there's other further comments, I'd entertain a motion on item 11.
Oh, just one quick
Yeah.
comment. I also appreciate how the staff is doing, I mean, a competitive process is more complicated, but as we try to think through how to spread the advantages to all communities, it's just a great way to make sure that we're doing a better job of that. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your comments.
So I move approval of this item.
Yeah, thank you. Is there a second?
Second?
All in favor say aye.
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 That passes unanimously. Thank you. Let's move on to the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Move approval of the minutes?
I'll second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
That-
Hold the bus. I have a card in on the minutes.
You do? Okay, I was not
Yeah.
given that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Euler.
My name's Steve Euler. Primary question is would be a parliamentary question about the call out for what actually stopped the deliberation on item 6. It says that McAllister moved to pull item 6, but tabling is something that would be done because you already started the item. You can't really pull it. Or did he use the word pull as in we'll vote on item 6? Also, to be noted is I don't find any of the resolutions in the minutes. Now I see there's an attempt to put them into a proceeding, and that's the business meeting proceeding, but they're not showing up in the proceedings. Each of the resolutions are not showing up in the individual dockets for the items that you decided separately. So it's still not clear, but I should see all the resolutions here according to your Title 20, 1105, I believe it is. So there's that. And then also item 16 has a complete description of what you would be considering. Yet the public is not allowed to comment on this, particularly since it seems to elicit that you would like to know about any omissions. And I was prevented from that. There needs to be some clarifications on what your rules are, particularly if the public's going to wait around for an item like this to then find out, because it wasn't announced like it was announced at this meeting, that it wouldn't be allowed to comment on that. So I'd like you to be more clear on that. And even I would like to have whatever you read, if it was a written comment related to not allowing the public to comment items that you don't vote on, you need to be clear because you can only deliberate or consider items under your jurisdiction. At some point, you will vote on them. And the public should have a right to influence you whenever those things are brought up in the meeting. Along with that, when you're considering what, like in SB 100 today, you should also consider if it's a time issue, you can go read that stuff online. And if you want, and you should remove those items from the agenda. Understanding item 16 is a standing item. There's some sort of rules. I requested those rules, but it's been beyond the period for 6250 for you to give me the rules. So I would really like to know what these rules are. There's a number of rules I've recently requested that your staff seem to be utilizing that are not in Title 20. And I urge you to not vote yes on this and put the resolutions in the minutes so they don't get mislaid.
Thank you. Is there a motion for the minutes?
I'd like to just confirm with our Chief Counsel's Office that the minutes do meet the requirements that we need in order to take them up for consideration and
I
vote on
would
them right now.
I would indicate that the item 6 that Commissioner McAllister moved to poll, probably, it should be tabled. The item was discussed and there was comments. It wasn't removed at the beginning of the meeting. So with that change, I would say they're sufficient.
Okay, is there a motion?
Yes, I move approval of the minutes.
Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. Let's move on to lead commissioner reports. Commissioner Monahan.
Well, tomorrow I'm going to be going in front of the Senate Rules Committee. And so I just want to, I gave a shout out earlier, but a shout out to all the staff who've helped me. Really, almost everybody in the agency has helped me in some way, shape, or form in preparing for this. And I'm really excited to embark on this process, find out when my date for the Senate Rules Committee hearing is, and hopefully be confirmed. So it's exciting and a great process. I also wanted to say that we, on the Clean Transportation Program, we reached out to the advisory committee members to let them know that we are disbanding and reconstituting the advisory committee for the Clean Transportation Program, and our goal is to be responsive to comments that we need to make sure that we are engaging communities, that we have diverse representation, and also because there had been some members who were initial members who remained on the committee the entire time. In fact, I was on the original group, and there were some members that had been on the original group with me. So it just felt like it's been over a decade. It's time for a refresh. And so we're deep in the process of doing that. We're doing different categories, so we want to make sure that we have representation of different types of constituents, and we'll be going through a vetting process to make sure that we're doing a good job making a diverse set of advisors for the Clean Transportation Program. We're encouraging everybody to continue to give us advice, whether you're in the advisory committee or not. We're still going to be responsive to public comment. We're still going to have opportunity for that to be influence our thinking around the investment plan that we'll be putting together soon.
Great, thank you. Vice Chair Scott.
Yeah, I just wanted to report on a couple of quick things, which are just different events where I've had an opportunity to go out and highlight the great work that our R&D team has been doing. So I went to the workshop on research innovations in water treatment, delivery, and energy recovery, and had a chance to talk about some of the great work that's taking place on that important topic. And as you all know, energy delivery, water delivery actually takes quite a bit of energy. So focusing in on that was a great day. I had a chance to go to New Energy Nexus's Connects Investor Night. It was the first one that they've done here in Sacramento. They've done several in the Bay Area and also down south in LA, but it was fantastic to have all of those folks here in Sacramento, trade information. There were a couple of folks who had been recognized as innovators in Sacramento, and so they were there at the meeting, and it was great to kind of have that meeting together. And a couple of folks that were funded by the Energy Commission who were recognized as innovators. So that was really fantastic. I enjoyed the chance to talk about some of the things the Commission's doing there. And then also at Berkeley last week, there was the Clean Tech to Market symposium. Again, these are really interesting forum because it's financiers, it's the people with the ideas, it's the people with the project sites, it's sort of the whole set of people that you need to kind of come together to do these types of research projects and get yourself from a prototype into a pilot. So I enjoy the opportunity to speak at those types of events and highlight the great work that our R&D program is doing. And then I did want to just say one last set of thank yous to the set of folks who keeps our business meetings running so smoothly and so well. So, we've got Peter there and Cody and Patty here listening in and Chester and Liza. And I'd want to thank Raj also and broadly the whole IT team. It takes a lot of work to kind of have all of this running smoothly in the background. So thank you very much to all of you as well. And because it's December, our last business meeting of the year, just want to wish everyone a happy, healthy, safe, relaxing holiday. That's my update.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Douglas.
All right, thank you. Well, I'll just keep this brief. I had the opportunity 19th of November to go to the Western Regional Partnership Principals meeting on Camp Pendleton, and it's a collaborative group that's largely organized by Department of Defense, but you have state and federal officials from multiple state agencies throughout the West convening to talk about kind of broadly land use and military and public land sorts of issues, public land use and military and renewable energy and transmission and things like that. And I think the chair may want to talk about this, but I'll be brief. He and I had the opportunity to visit a Rio Tinto mine where they are looking at extracting, it's a boron mine, but they're looking at extracting lithium from essentially land that has already been mined. And so initially, if all goes well, just integrating that into the operations so that as the boron production continues, lithium can be potentially produced as well. California actually has quite a bit of lithium potential, primarily in the Salton Sea, where it can be co-located with geothermal production, and that's another very exciting opportunity. So those are my updates.
Great, thank you. I've been fall's conference season, and been a ton of them. Just a couple highlights. Went to the forum, the sort of Congress of all the CCAs, which is great dialogue to see the innovation happening there. That was in LA. Had the Velos board meeting, and really encouraged. I want to recognize again Vice Chair Scott, who along with Mary Nichols got that going, because that ad they did promoting electric vehicles has now had 15.5 million views, and really has made an impact. And I'm just really grateful for what came of that, and just bringing together utilities and automakers and environmental community, environmental justice, and that's making good headway. We also had the Germany-California Forum, which we do once a year. That was down in San Diego, attached to the battery summit that was down there, and it went great. One thing I learned about the grid in Germany is that it's 12 minutes a year of downtime. It's a highly, highly reliable grid, and it's just, this needs to be one of our new mantras as we focus, on just really ensuring grid reliability. It really is paramount to everything we're doing here. And there's another conference on 100% clean energy policies with about 30 states down at the Luskin Center in LA. Great momentum. Kevin DeLeon was there, and a few others, including the launch of the Cal Testbed, which is a great new step forward in partnership, the Energy Commission in partnership with New Energy Nexus, and the 9 UC campuses has this very simple voucher system where entrepreneurs get given a voucher that they can use to get their product tested, really move from a good idea to pilot stage, and that's just I think a much needed, very well conceived system. I'm just really proud of everybody for coming together to make that happen. But maybe the most interesting thing was this lithium tour. So just for context, for the last 90 years in California, Rio Tinto has been operating a borax mine in the Death Valley area. Borax is in everything. You've used probably 10 products today already that have it, from soap to the glass in your cell phone to everything else. They have discovered very recently lithium in the tailings of the mine. So they have 90 years of waste from this mine, which they are now beginning to go through to extract lithium. And so we've actually saw it. So they actually, they have produced lithium. What they're doing is optimizing the process now. They'll end up doing about between 5,000 and 15,000 tons a year. So the global lithium market today is a 210,000 ton market. So this is not a huge resource, but it's a meaningful resource. But most importantly, they're likely to be, I think, the first to commercial production of lithium in California. And they have 40 people working full-time, to make this a reality. I also have met with other developers in the Salton Sea area, and it turns out, the growing consensus is that resource is actually much bigger than we had thought. We've been originally told about 90,000 tons a year. We're now hearing more like 200 to 300,000 tons a year. So we actually very well could be the largest lithium resource in the world, and produce essentially the entire today's entire global market. And it's a really interesting thought to think about the implications of this. We're going to be doing a lithium symposium down in Silicon Valley in February in collaboration with GoBiz, and I'll be sharing more about that on that vision. And that was it for me. Drew, I wanted to make sure that you had a chance to do your thank yous during your report. So why don't we move to that?
Great. I'm going to, with your indulgence, kind of mush together the thank yous and the next installment in our Unsung Heroes program, which I think the timing is good. I first wanted to just say, though, thank you very much this morning for all of your acknowledgments. I'm going to try to not repeat too many of them. You covered a lot of the ones I wanted to cover, but I do want to call out a few people. Also, thank you for the T-shirt. As you noted, we're nearly 700 strong, and you really can't sit up there and get done what you get done without the work of all of them. And so it's really my pleasure and honor to be able to call out some of them periodically. I've got 15 direct reports, which is a lot. Thankfully, it's a really great team, so I could be spending with a not so great team most of my time just dealing with those sorts of issues, but I don't have to because it's really a wonderful team. But I want to first call up or ask him to stand up, Sebastian Serrato, who is surrounded by his colleagues back here. He is a name perhaps you haven't heard, except maybe Patty, because he's in the Fuels and Transportation Division. He is a UC Davis grad, so locally grown, got his BS there. He's our hydrogen safety expert. And he knows an awful lot more than anybody in the building about this sort of stuff, but he's got a reputation for being really humble about what he knows. And he delivers really great customer service both internally and externally. In fact, we get notes about him from folks on the outside saying, who is this guy? He's really, really great. Thanks for the service that he provides. So I want to say thank you, Sebastian. In terms of staff, more generally, I want to call out a number of people. As I said, I'll try to move quickly, respecting your time. I know we're at the end of the day here, but I first want to mention Courtney Smith. She is, as you all know, our Chief Deputy Director, and she is just phenomenal. She's brilliant. That's well known. She cares really, really deeply about our mission, and I think when you care about our mission, and a lot of us do, it makes it easier to do the work, and you do better work. She's a really shining example of that, and she's also just got a great attitude. We have tough stuff come our way, easy stuff come our way, whatever ball bounces into our court, she just takes it. I'll ask, can you mind doing that, Courtney? I've never heard her flinch or hesitate. So really great. Second, I want to mention Gayleen. Don't know what I would do without her. She's really one of the best people I've worked with ever on any project in any capacity. She's terrific at her job. She constantly stays a step ahead of pretty much everything, and she works really well both with Victoria and Shirley, but also the other folks that support you on the row, and she's collaborative. She doesn't have an ego in this stuff. She just tries to do a good job day in and day out. Can't thank her enough. Want to thank you folks. Not a day goes by that I don't think how fortunate I am to have stumbled into this position and to have bosses like you, so I thank you very much. You can be demanding at times, which is good, and you're also understanding, though, when things don't work out great. I appreciate the acknowledgments of our AT and other staff who keep this meeting room running. They're not accustomed to hearing compliments for when things go well. They do periodically hear when things don't go well, but if you looked at the balance of time, it's a very, very high percentage when things go really, really well. The deputies also, as I noted, they all have teams behind them, but I just want to acknowledge them as leaders. I asked the deputies what are you most proud about in 2019? So I want to kind of rip through this quickly. Lori, I don't even need to use last names because you know everybody. So Lori, she leads the largest state-run energy research program in America. She leads it extremely well. She puts a heck of a lot of effort into it. You wouldn't notice it because she's just so effortless and graceful in the way she conducts herself. She works her butt off. She's really, really great. Rob, he hires really well, among other things. IRPA has been a thorn in our side. He's been the steward of that project, had great people in charge of it. Mandatory training, we are very close to 100% on our mandatory training. There's probably not another organization in state service that has more than 3 people that could say anything like that. Fiscal, big problem. He's also managed that well. When you read articles about folks that stumble in other state agencies, we've been fortunate to stay out of that, and Rob gets a lot of that credit. Kevin wakes up every day thinking about infrastructure and how can we build this out. He's super creative, got lots of good ideas. I appreciate the receptivity of the folks up there, and you made an acknowledgement, Patty, about him and his attitude. We've got $37 million in reservations out there in Cali VIP, and we've got 230 school buses funded. They're
moving out quickly. It's really exciting. SIVA, one of our organization's real thought leaders. He and I spent a lot of time sitting in a room talking about the future and how do things get assembled in both organizationally and on the substance of what we do. He's been an excellent choice to work with the team on the thought leadership associated with SB 100. And he wanted me, which is typical SIVA, to not talk about him, but instead talk about Nick Fugate and Kerry Garcia. When Chris Kowalik left, we had big shoes to fill. They stepped in and have spent 70-hour weeks, several of the weeks in the past couple months, trying to pull together the forecast because we're getting deeper and more detailed than we've ever been, and they had to take over from a giant who's done this forever. Our newest deputy, Mike, I saw him sitting in the back. There he is. Jumped right in. It seems as though he's been on the job for years, and he's been on the job for weeks, maybe we could say months now. He's been helping steward the GSL issue, the lighting issue that's been very challenging, and I'm grateful for his work on that. Also, the first in the nation PV mandate. He inherited a lot of stuff. Some of it was well baked, others he's had to move along. So I thank him for that. Natalie, I think I just point to AB 1110. I'm thankful you guys had an opportunity to hear the whole story. I think you saw how widespread the views were and how it did take a long time, but it was at least in part born of the fact that it was complicated and there's lots of views. And if I don't know how many people understood more than about 10% of what was discussed on that item. Our items aren't always so complicated, but thank you for hanging in there. And as was commented at the very end, the final product was worth the wait. I was appreciative to hear that comment, and that was by one of the sponsors of the bill. Sean, this last year we inspected 75 power plants in the state, including all 14 that are in the wildfire threat level 2 and 3, so the worst placed plants, both in terms of burning down in a fire or causing a fire that could cause other problems. So we're pleased to have gotten through all that. He also was the chief coordinator of the tribal resource efforts that Commissioner Douglas, you mentioned, and set up the meeting in Bishop in July that I know a couple of you attended. Lisa, I've never done the math, but Lisa's work as our chief auditor has got to have saved the taxpayers untold numbers of dollars. And she's not only helped with the audits on the back end, but she's helping train our staff so her workload goes down and is a lot easier, and she finds fewer things because they understand what to look for on the front end. And as you know, she's really easy to get along with. It's not always an auditor's trait, but she gets that she's dealing with people, and most of them mean well, and some of them just don't understand. But she's all business, and when there is something that isn't right, she's not shy about pointing that out. Melissa, inherited from somebody who's been with us for a long time, and Paul, she's been keeping the regulated community honest. She's super creative, looks at things outside of just her area that she's focusing on as our enforcement chief, and she's been a great team builder down there as well. Carousel, wanted to mention, also been here a very short period of time. In fact, our newest of all the people I'm mentioning, she jumped right in. Trust is key. If we can't trust her, she can't do her job, and at least so far I've been dealing with her on a lot of issues, and I trust her. Both her integrity, but also her judgment. These are all tricky judgment calls, including what does she tell various people about things, and she has to make judgments, and I'm confident she's great for the job. Finally, I just want to call out Barry. I know you folks did, a couple of you as well, but he's a really great face for us over at the building and represents the Energy Commission really well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Public Advisors Report.
Hello, Commissioners. Public Advisors, nothing to report.
Thank you. Let's go to public comment. I have Steve Euler.
Thank you. I'm Steve Euler. Main thing I want to talk to you about is the protocol on how you run the meeting here, and not letting the public know that you're not going to take comment. According to your agenda, I'm not to speak on items that appear on the agenda, but I'm then told that this is the only time I can speak on some of the items that are on the agenda. So you might want to think about removing that, or actually codify the statement that was made in the beginning, because the Bagley-Keene, this meeting is to allow you guys to talk together with the public there. And the public has a right to an opportunity on all agenda items discussed or considered. Action is not even in that section of the code. So for you to say that I have to take it that you think that my comment is going to add additional time to the meeting. Those items that are only informational, like I say, you should read them off of a docket for those. And if you come here and you want to discuss, the public should still be able to point out things that could have shortened, and actually very much you're in the rears for RPS rulemaking, which your power content label relies on. So your power content label can't not actually be produced until they finish the rulemaking for RPS. So you should think about any opportunity you can get. And one of the things that you should do is consider the use of standing committees. Then you totally can tell the public that they can't comment because that's in the Bagley Keen. But also you should remember that members other than the committee cannot attend those meetings other than observers. So things like that on that type of protocol. The other thing would be is I very much want to know this air conditioner that my sister intended to buy, but we couldn't find in your appliance database. No reference to an external directory under that's allowed under 1606. That directory doesn't comply with 1606. I'm really, it's confusing and it needs to be corrected. Even a direct question of, is this in your database, is not answered. The other thing is, are all VHCP air conditioners now considered SEER 14 regardless of their SEER? I'd like some of these answers. And these also appear to be rulemaking that should come under the APA. Again, I need to know about 25-402 and its exemption and where your legal staff finds that exemption. It still hasn't been answered from the last meeting.
Thank you. Let's move on to Chief Counsel's report.
Thank you. I do have one closed session item, and before we go to closed session, I did also want to recognize the staff in my office, some of whom are here and have been recognized, Cody, Chester, and Liza. All do an excellent job. We've also got Pam, Patty, and Moy in our support staff, and we couldn't do our jobs without them. I am still new to the commission and getting to know everyone, but I've got a great group of attorneys in our office here to support the commission, and we're available as needed. And I wanted to thank each of the commissioners and Drew for really welcoming me and being so supportive, as well as all of the deputy directors have been great. So I'm very happy to be here, and with that, would like to take the commissioners to closed session to provide some information on one of our litigation items.
Okay, we will move to closed session in the anteroom, and then we'll adjourn subsequent to that. Okay, thanks.